Hello, hello. Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test. Test, 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 testing, test, test, test. Test, 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 test. Test. Okay, yeah, we just had a small little error on one of the centers. So we just changed that one. The rest of them should all be the same for both of them out.
Okay. Last night.
Yesterday afternoon, actually. Yeah, so we did most of everything set up wise yesterday and then got here at 6 today. Working again.
Where did you stay? I'm curious.
We stayed at the Quality Inn.
Oh, is there all in here?
Yes.
I stayed out Sunday night. Sunday for meetings.
Okay.
It was annoying, but I felt like that.
Yeah, the Quality Inn is undergoing a lot of structure.
Okay.
So if you walk to the hotel side today, I'm hotel side, not hotel side. You walk to the hotel side and the lobby. You know, the walk through, try to find your way.
No, this was not construction, but yeah. I'm in the schedule. All this thing that I'm going to put the risers. It must have that's well, it's going to be all right. Like 5:30.
Wow.
It's a full on dog fight. Are you expecting a good turnout?
You know, it doesn't look great, but I'm assuming we're gonna have, we always have tendency to pop in, yeah. So, well, keep an eye on one, I'm gonna make sure to come out, but.
I did.
That is plenty of room.
Well,
Yeah, I think it's the rodeo location, there's probably.
Right, I got back to a couple phone calls.
Yeah. And I'm sure it'll warm up when it's a little warmer outside. Antibodies. Around 35. But I was on very good podcast, so she was all of that stuff. So I think we'll probably have more so people coming. Yeah, John's not hungry, right? Okay.
I know that.
Yeah.
What we and I've got a chat for you this morning.
Wi-Fi.
Is there a-
Typically those involved in the committees sit up here, but if you wanna grab us some.
you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, but anything you need are up there, fairly. Yeah. Phone call, yes. Yeah,
Partially, yes. That's-
and then it would probably pop it into the browser. I made a phone call yesterday, yeah. Well, that's. I always think it's funny, it's at the broadband meeting that everybody has issues.
We usually have worse connection.
And I just laughed so hard at it every time.
We're on the phone all the time.
Yeah, I don't know. I see the same thing. Although I probably need to get a new phone. It's had lots of issues.
But I can go ahead and go up there this there. Breast cancer. Or she want. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, we just only have one lot and have lots, we fill that one. Get coffee. So I looked this one up for the ready to go. A lot. So. Yeah. It could be worse. I have my dad who has that they like for it, we kind of made our own thing out. Our eight.
Yeah. All more choices than I did. Well, no, I. And I don't.
Right.
And they expect some variation, but they're not black. And yet schools. Say one more person in class. It's hard.
Well, when they're. From that area of the world, all really kind of clearly like.
I went for.
Yes.
How you doing? So, Carl and I are okay. No, Yeah. It's your blood, and you can have to step away. I see over there. We can have
So. Then you'll get.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. If you would start making your way to your seats, we'll get started with some opening remarks here shortly. Everyone, please take your seats. It is 8:05 and we do want to get started here shortly with opening remarks. Please start heading to your seats. Hey everyone, thank you for joining us today for our 2023 Policy Committee Meetings Week 1. We are so excited to be here in Archuleta County. They are providing this lovely venue for us today, so let's give Archuleta County a great round of applause, please. So next, we are going to have some opening remarks from the county itself to just thank them and welcome you all here to the wonderful Archuleta County. So I'd like to bring up Commissioner Medina from District 3, I believe. So if we could give her a round of applause, everyone.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Archuleta County. What an honor to have Club 20 kick off their summer, what is it called? Their summer policy meeting here in Archuleta County. It's a true pleasure. So welcome again. Again, I am Veronica Medina, Archuleta County Commissioner for District 3. And so what's happening in Archuleta? Well, like most counties in Colorado, housing is #1, top of the mind, right? So some of the things that Archuleta County is doing is we have utilized our tax lien properties, and we have given a number of those properties to Habitat for Humanity and also the Pagosa Springs Community Development Coalition. So we look to get some housing projects online or housing online very soon. And then we're also working with some local builders that can also take advantage of those tax lien properties. And we're really trying to encourage our local builders to build affordable housing. Also, I have to just give a huge shout out to our Public Works Director, Kevin Poe, who is fairly new with the county. With his leadership and his vision and really just rallied his team, we in Archuleta County for the first time have passed our state inspection for our landfill, which is huge. It is huge. And not only that, he has expanded the life of our landfill. It's anywhere from 3 to 5 years, but again, we still have a lot more work. But in that vision of his of really doing better in our landfill, we are now offering free recycling. Wow, mind blowing, right? Everywhere else in every other state, they have free recycling. So that's something new to Archuleta County, and it's just been an amazing process and really seeing our community come together to recycle. They've been really excited about it. So it's been a great experience for our community. And then with that, also our Public Works Director, they have slated 52 roads to be worked on this, I call it this season, because you know, the season for road repair depending on weather, right? So 52 roads, whether that's chip seal or whether that's total resurfacing, whatever it is, he's picked 52 roads and we are redoing those here in Archuleta County. So that's a huge, huge accomplishment as well, because other county commissioners, you know, how many calls do we get because of our roads? So there's a pothole on my road. So again, he just makes us look really good. What else? We have in August for this year, we are going to be doing groundbreaking for our transit station, which is also going to be a park and ride. It's going to be located uptown. And this will be huge for Archuleta County because it's going to be able to offer people that typically have to walk or don't have transportation, be able to park and ride or just ride to wherever they need to go, whether that's from Pagosa to Arborles to Durango and back. That is now going to be an offering. So that's really exciting. And hopefully that's only a 12-month project, give or take. You know how construction goes, right? So that's all I have really for a quick update for Archuleta County. It's a pleasure to be here with you all, and thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And again, we just thank the county for providing this lovely venue for us. I'm hoping the sound is great for you all in the back. If that changes, please let me know. But it sounds like we're doing pretty good. Like I said, I'm Brittany. I'm the executive director for Club 20. I just want to thank you guys all for being here today. We're excited for some good meetings these next couple of days. I just want to start with some small housekeeping items for you all. There are some cords up here. We tried to tape them down as best as we could, but of course this is a wired mic for sound purposes, so it has to be able to move. So just if you are heading this way, make sure you're looking out for those. Out there to your left or your right are going to be your restrooms. We have some coffee and some beverages in the fridge back there. Help yourself. Other than that, I think we are ready to start, and we'll go ahead and get started with some federal updates. I think joining us online from Senator Bennett's office, we have Hillary Henry. So we will go ahead and get started with her. I'll get her pulled up here in just a moment. Is somebody's
Good morning.
mic on?
Brittany, are you ready for me to give an update?
Just one moment. We're
Okay,
having
great.
Annabelle, is your mic on back there?
Yeah.
Can you shut it off? Annabelle. Hold on, just sorry, one moment. Okay. We are getting you pulled up on the screen. Hillary, it is all yours. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Hillary Henry. I'm a regional representative for Senator Bennett based in Grand Junction. And I wish I was there with you this morning in Pagosa Springs, but I'm very glad to be joining virtually. I have just a couple of topics this morning. I guess before I start, Brittany, can everyone hear me all right?
Yep, we can all hear you.
Great. Thanks so much. So I wanted to start off with just a general update about the bipartisan infrastructure law and the Inflation Reduction Act funding. We've heard from Club 20, AG&C, and lots of other rural governments on the Western Slope about the need for more technical assistance, additional capacity, and help with navigating. There's just a huge amount of funds and opportunities out there. So I've really taken this into account and have put together some opportunities to help learn about this funding and for local governments. So with the help of Senator Hickenlooper, we've worked with the state of Colorado to launch 14 regional grant navigators, each housed in the Council of Regional Governments. The positions are funded by the state and are there as a resource for counties and municipalities to reach out to and really understand the funding opportunities that are available. We've also worked with the state to set up regional infrastructure summits in all of the regions across the state. Most have occurred late last month and early this month, but there's 2 left for Region 18 and 19 in Breckenridge and in Rifle on July 18th and 19th. And if you missed these, please feel free to reach out to our office. We're happy to get you the information and the slide decks. Lots of great stuff in there. So happy to get you in contact with those resources if it would be helpful. We're also now putting out a monthly grant newsletter, which has all of the upcoming grant opportunities. Most of you, I think, should be on my contact list or one of our regional representatives' contact list. But if you're not, please reach out and we are happy to get you on there. And then finally, I think we can also be a resource to you all, whether that's figuring out where this funding is going, what the opportunities are to apply, or helping you with a letter of support for your application. So we're really focused right now on making sure that this funding gets to the ground in a way that is efficient, that's meaningful for Colorado, and are really interested in doing all we can to help you make that a reality. So please reach out if there's anything we can do along those lines. The other announcement that I wanted to make is just that on June 26th, it was very exciting. The National Telecommunications Information Administration, called the NTIA, announced $826 million in funding for broadband through the BEAD program. And we beat all expectations for the amount of funding we would get for this program. The Colorado Broadband Office had predicted 400 to 700 million. So we got about $125 million more than we had expected, in part because the Broadband Office did a great job challenging the maps of where unserved locations were in Colorado, and in part because Senator Bennett had worked to establish a high-cost mechanism in the funding to reflect the challenges of building in mountainous topography in states like Colorado. So that the BEAD program was based off of Senator Bennett's Bridge Act, which I know I have talked about with Club 20 before. But I know lots of folks in this room today helped work on that, including Michael Murphy on the telecom subcommittee. And so we can't thank you enough for your help and are so excited to see this funding come out. We had a great event last week to celebrate the funding, and Kent Blackwell from the Delta Montrose Electric Association came out and told the story about how this funding really began, and hearing about their efforts to connect rural communities in Delta County. And so was really Delta and Montrose counties, I should say. And so it's been about a 5-year process from inception to now getting this huge amount of funding on the ground, and we just couldn't couldn't be more excited about it. The Colorado Broadband Office will be implementing this funding through their Advanced Colorado Broadband Program. They have great broadband ready program certifications out there, technical assistance, and are already awarding grants from the Capital Project Funds, which is a different program from ARPA, but through the same grant program. So we're in the midst of sort of a historic opportunity for broadband funding, and I really encourage everyone to get in touch with the broadband office, to reach out to our office, and to do the most you can to take advantage of this opportunity. And then finally, I just wanted to talk about Senator Bennett's Connect for Health Act. The legislation expands telehealth services and makes it easier for patients to connect with their doctors online. And it removes geographic restrictions for telehealth services, allows telehealth centers and rural health clinics to provide health services, and allows more eligible healthcare professionals to utilize health services. So great opportunity for telehealth, particularly in places like Western Colorado, where we really rely on these services if we need to see a specialist and don't want to drive all the way to the Front Range if we can't find one on the Western Slope. So we were excited to reintroduce that legislation for healthcare. I'm happy to take any questions and really appreciate the opportunity to join virtually today, even though I couldn't be there in person. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Hillary. We'll open it up for any questions the group may have. Okay, we're not seeing any at the moment, but are you going to be with us for at least the next couple of minutes?
I will be, yeah. I will stay online.
Lovely. So if anything pops up, we'll let you know.
Great. Thanks so much, Brittany.
Thank you, Hillary. Okay, next joining us from Senator Hickenlooper's office is Helen Kadich, and she is the Western Colorado Regional Director. Do you want it in the podium? Sure. Also feel free to.
Hi. I'm so sorry I missed the introductions this morning. I said that I got held up, but honestly, I forgot to set my alarm this morning, but luckily I have a shepherd that's about this tall who booped me right in the face this morning and woke me up about 15 minutes before I had to head over. So very glad to be here. Really good to see you all. Thank you for opening it up, Hillary. And my name is Helen Kadich. I overslept. I'm based in Durango, but love Pagosa and so glad that you're hosting it over here today. So thank you so much for having me. I serve as Senator Hickenlooper's Western Colorado Director, and we'll jump into some updates. I think Hillary did a great job on a general overview of some of the broadband, truly phenomenal broadband funding that's coming in through the state of Colorado, through the Colorado Broadband Office, very much led by Senator Bennett's work through many, many years. And then Senator Hickenlooper worked on a bipartisan committee in the Senate a couple of years ago to get that bipartisan infrastructure law passed a couple of years ago. So really exciting to see the funds, broadband and roads, funding for roads and bridges, water, et cetera. Truly historic funding starting to hit the ground throughout Southwest Colorado and the Western Slope in general. So a couple of quick notes on broadband, some celebrations to start. Hillary talked about the BEAD funding, which was a phenomenal investment and announcement just over the last couple of weeks. We saw NTIA put down funds for the Southern Ute Indian tribe down over here, $44 million invested with the Southern Ute tribe. I think it's 1,800 homes, if I remember correctly, that will be directly connected through that NTIA grant for broadband high-speed connectivity. Another $20 million over to Ute Mountain Ute through the same NTIA grant program. We'll see that kind of loop in a little bit and impact Archuleta County and Montezuma County. So there'll be some ripple effects in terms of regional connectivity and broadband. I want to point out Laura, who's been our fearless leader with Region 9. We were really disappointed to see that NTIA grant not funded, that $64 million grant. We think that there are some options to look at broadband, to look at the middle mile in order to get some of the last mile funding, which will be really provided through BEAD. So we had a long session yesterday. We're hopeful that there are some options through some of the federal investments going through the Colorado Broadband Office, and are working really closely with them. But all things middle mile in particular, which is the big focus in this part of the world. Laura and her counterpart Shaq are really leading the way, and I don't see Eric Hiddle in the room this morning, which I thought maybe he would, and Eric. So all teaming up in this effort, and largely supported by my boss, who's making sure that we're a part of this effort. So thank you both so much for your leadership there. On workforce development, a couple of notes. I'm not sure if Hillary shared this, but Senator Hickenlooper was actually over in Archuleta County. So thank you so much for hosting us just a couple weeks ago. We were able to do a small town hall and tour of Build Pagosa. Has anyone in the room been to Build Pagosa before? It's the best. If you haven't been over there, I can't suggest it enough. It's a phenomenal workforce CT development program. Everything from, they have a couple of lifts for auto mechanics. They have a 3D printer, all sorts of things that they're working on over there for high school students. So we were able to do a tour and then talk about workforce and apprenticeship training programs, then open it up for a town hall in Pagosa a couple weeks ago. Quick note on that, both Senator Bennett and Senator Hickenlooper put forward a congressionally directed spending request, which was included in a draft bill so far. So that's good news. It's kind of step 3 of maybe 8 or so steps to come, but a good $1 million investment would come towards Build Pagosa. So we're really hopeful about that program and about that work. Outside of that, though, Senator Hickenlooper is the chair for the Senate. It's the Health Committee, the Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee. And he's the chair of the subcommittee on employment and workforce safety, which oversees apprenticeship programs in the Senate. So he's really putting in, we actually just hired and are putting in a good amount of investments into workforce development and apprenticeship programs, particularly in STEM, AI, kind of in the trades and beyond traditional apprenticeship programs that we've seen. So we can start addressing things like employment, teacher employment, healthcare, et cetera, things that we know are really important across the Western Slope and definitely in Pagosa Springs. So there's a couple of things that Senator Hickenlooper is working on. One is the Youth Apprenticeship Act, which is a learn while you earn program. And so that students in high school particularly can do certified apprenticeship programs, get credentials while earning high school degrees and bringing in some income to support their families along the way. So that's a really exciting program. The one other program that there's 6 bills that we're working on in youth apprenticeship programs in particular, but one other one that I just wanted to flag. I think it was the last Club 20 that we were talking about the farm bill a little bit. Anyway,
Last summer meeting.
Meeting, that's what it was. That we were talking about the farm bill. We are moving forward with that. Senator Bennett is a phenomenal leader that we are supporting in a lot of the forestry work in particular. But Senator Hickenlooper and his workforce development kind of eye is looking at, we did listening sessions all across the state, and what we were hearing from agricultural workers and otherwise is the workforce development and getting youth trained up and some of the business credentials and the rest behind agriculture is really lagging. So we're seeing an aging workforce in ag. So how do we bring folks in, younger people in to continue agricultural work in our country? So we are looking at introducing the Community College Agriculture Advancement Act. Right now, community colleges do not benefit from any federal funding that go towards education, research, workforce development, and anything ag right now. So this would include community colleges to be able to benefit from federal dollars for research and workforce development in the ag space. So really important for places like Pueblo Community College and otherwise across the Western Slope to be able to participate in that. Last note on healthcare, Hillary did a great job of talking about the Connect Health Act that Senator Bennett is leading and Senator Hickenlooper is co-sponsoring. So really glad to be doing that. We were able to visit the Pagosa Springs Medical Center with Senator Hickenlooper during our visit a couple weeks ago. So heard a lot of the priorities for places like Pagosa Springs, but we know that it spans across the region, across the western slope. So he introduced the Rural Health Innovation Act, which brings competitive grant programs to specifically rural healthcare hospitals and clinics, FQHCs. That could be used for everything from workforce to updated technology and kind of background admin, which is really, really, really costly for rural health centers in particular. So that's a handful of things that we're working on alongside a bunch of other stuff. So I'll be here all day if you guys want to chat. Happy to take questions now or later. Thanks, Brittany.
Are there any questions? Oh, perfect.
Hi, this is Commissioner Rich Tuna from Grand County, Colorado, and both the last speakers, please, if they could please let us know in the healthcare space if ICHRAs, ICHRA, individual coverage health reimbursement arrangements. Those are plans that let smaller businesses subsidize health insurance for their employees. Employees get a plan on the individual marketplace. I've heard that there's potential for the House or the Senate to not continue ICHRAs as a option for employers to use pre-payroll, pre-tax payments to subsidize their employees' health insurance. Have you guys been following that? Have any updates? And if not, you can just maybe take a note and be happy to get back with you later.
Hillary or Helen, either of you can take that.
Happy to take a note and get back to you. There's a couple of places where we're seeing the debt ceiling conversation come into play, particularly the Senator Hickenlooper is also the chair on the small business subcommittee on the Commerce Committee. He is looking particularly at a couple of different healthcare packages that would allow smaller businesses to be able to kind of cut some of the bureaucratic tape for a couple of healthcare programs through the SBA. That would cut costs for some healthcare coverage. But let me get back to you on the other question. Thanks so much. Hillary, any notes there?
Yeah, I'm also going to take a note and get back to you. I really appreciate you raising us and letting us know that it's a concern for you in Grand County. And I will also take a note and happy to follow up.
Yeah, and if there are any businesses in particular that you think are going to be impacted, happy to connect with them as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Super.
Thank you so much.
Okay, last but certainly not least from our federal office updates, we have Ms. Naomi Dobbs here from the Congresswoman's office. She is the Southwest Regional Director for the Congresswoman's office. Naomi.
Thank you, Brittany. Can you hear okay? All right, I'm going to stick to notes this morning because I have a lot to cover and I'm going to throw some data at you here and I want to be accurate. So first of all, I do want to thank Club 20 for making this an opportunity for us to join. I'm sure it's going to be a very informative session. I learned so much at the last summer conference. And thank you also to our host, Archuleta County. As Brittany said, my name is Naomi Dobbs and I'm Congresswoman Boebert's Southwest Colorado Director regionally, working in her Durango office. There are two other offices that the Congresswoman has housed. One is in Grand Junction and the other is in Pueblo. The Southwest Regional Office that I'm over has 8 counties and that I focus on, which is Archuleta, Mineral, Hinsdale, San Juan, San Miguel, Dolores, Montezuma, and La Plata. For this morning's legislative update, I want to first share some highlights of Representative Boebert's work in Congress this year, and then provide updates from Congresswoman Boebert's DC office specific to today's Club 20 agenda topics. Earlier this year, Congresswoman Boebert worked really hard to secure new U.S. House rules which the Senate must also comply with, and a highlight of which is a requirement for single subject bills and only germane amendments. This achievement, at least for the 118th session of Congress, put an end to stuffing bills with unrelated hidden content. A good example of one such bill last year, which we received a lot of calls of confusion over, was the baby formula bill, which Congresswoman Boebert voted against because it included a transfer of emergency authority away from local governments to federal government, not something you'd expect to find in a baby formula bill. That kind of bill stepping is not going to be an issue this year. I'm so grateful for the call reduction into the office. The single subject rule change, which Representative Boebert helped achieve, is saving time, and it also improves transparency and integrity of the legislative process. A rather historic part of that legislative process is the work that's currently being done on the U.S. House committees. Congresswoman Boebert serves on two important U.S. House committees, the Natural Resources Committee, which recently passed Congresswoman Boebert's Wolf Bill, expected for a vote in the House later this summer, and the Oversight and Accountability Committee, which is the committee investigating the Biden family business dealings with China and Ukraine, and the role of the DOJ, FBI, IRS, and other agencies related to this concern. Unfortunately, mainstream press is not really doing a very good job of reporting on the historic work underway in these committees. So if you watch a committee hearing for yourself, it's pretty astonishing how very different the headlines are from what you hear in the actual testimony. For that reason, I want to encourage you to personally sign up online for direct committee updates and notices of hearings. I've done that, and you can sign up for hearings like their IRS whistleblower hearing, which is taking place next week. And just make sure that you use the .gov website, for example, oversight.house.gov. It's so informative. Congresswoman Boebert's legislative achievements in the House this year include House passage of 2 bills on energy policy and 15 amendments, 14 of which had bipartisan support. The focus of these amendments have been to push back on federal agency overreach, like her amendment to protect our gas stoves, increase government accountability and transparency, like the REINS Act to require the comptroller to publicly publish the inflationary analysis of the Biden administration's kind of budget-breaking regulations, which amendment did pass by unanimous consent. Amendments to protect sovereignty, like her amendment with strong bipartisan support on removal of criminal aliens, which also required DHS to annually report to Congress and publish on its website how many illegal aliens are deported for assaulting law enforcement officers. And also amendments to protect constitutional rights. And on that note, I would like to add that Congresswoman Boebert was co-sponsor of the legislation which passed the House to protect veterans by nullifying the ATF's unconstitutional pistol brace ban. I know we received a lot of comments about that from vets to vets here in Archuleta County. I want to emphasize that Congresswoman Boebert is listening to you, and she's working on legislation which is directly responsive to specific concerns of citizens and officials in Colorado District 3. A very recent example is the Western Water Accelerated Revenue Repayment Act, sponsored by Congresswoman Boebert, which will permanently authorize a provision that allows agriculture and municipal water users to prepay loans from the federal government, thereby saving interest costs. And this bill recently received very high praise from the city of Cortez. Narrowing down to today's agenda items, the discussion question for education today is what in your community affects education? And an obvious answer is funding. And on subject of education funding, Congresswoman Boebert is working very diligently to ensure that rural schools have the same resources as big city schools. She successfully secured full funding for the payment in lieu of taxes known as PILT program, which was signed into law. She secured $515 million for the PILT program, which will help fund rural schools that lose out on property tax revenue due to tax exempt federal lands in their jurisdiction, which pretty much affects all the towns and counties represented in this room today. In addition to PILT money, Congresswoman Boebert has advocated for education by being a strong supporter of school choice and school to work programs like the Department of Labor apprenticeship grant program for rural water operators. Congresswoman Boebert also co-sponsored and supported H.R. 5, the Parents' Bill of Rights Act, which requires common sense transparency so schools which receive federal funds aren't able to trample on parental rights. Specifically, the act cements the fundamental right of parents to know what their children are being taught, have a say in their children's education, protect their children's privacy, and be updated on any violent activity at school. Two of her amendments to HR 5 also passed with unanimous bipartisan consent, which protects the integrity of women's sports and ensures only women use women's restrooms at schools. On subject of workforce development, I'll share a hot topic update. Congresswoman Boebert has co-sponsored the Forest Service Flexible Housing Partnerships Act to help address the housing shortage in rural and mountain communities. This is a bipartisan legislation that will strengthen the authority of the United States Forest Service to lease underutilized administrative sites to address local needs, including for building affordable housing. This will help teachers, firefighters, police, and nurses by expanding affordable housing options in our mountain and rural communities, which are surrounded by federal lands. And another aspect of Congresswoman Boebert's legislative work, which is not well covered by media, is her achievements for rural healthcare. This list of updates for healthcare is really kind of lengthy and too lengthy for my allotted time, but I want to give you a quick recap, starting with the most recent. On Monday, Representative Boebert co-sponsored the Personalized Care Act. It decouples health savings accounts from high deductible plans and expands access and contribution limits for HSAs. This act cuts down on bureaucracy and it helps give families freedom of choice. In June, Congresswoman Boebert voted in favor of the Choice Arrangement Act to expand and codify healthcare policies for greater healthcare flexibility for small businesses and their employees. And I will like to meet with you, the question that was asked previously on healthcare. I would like to hear more about that and what your positions are so that I can share that with the DC office. So I look forward to speaking with you today. Community healthcare centers are, of course, another focus, especially since Colorado's 3rd Congressional District has 8 community health centers. And these centers are, as we know, really essential to our rural vitality. So I'm going to share with you an interesting data point. Care at our rural health centers costs about 1/6 of an average visit to an emergency room. Congresswoman Boebert has helped secure $1.85 billion for community health centers. Congresswoman Boebert also helped secure $352 million directing HHS to improve rural health care, fund rural health programs, and incentivize rural health providers through programs like the Rural Hospital Flexibility Grants, the Office for Advancement of Telehealth, and the Rural Residency Planning and Development Program. Congresswoman Boebert has co-sponsored Rural Hospital Technical Assistance Program Act, which bill codifies an already existing USDA program that provides technical assistance to rural hospitals to prevent closures and improve financial and operational performance. And from a very ground level perspective, Congresswoman Boebert's office played a crucial role in helping a Delta County or Delta Community Hospital obtain a CMS designation to qualify for a higher Medicare reimbursement rate. So really kind of on the ground specific assistance. Finally, Congresswoman Boebert co-sponsored 4 bills which passed the House to end the COVID pandemic and those tyrannical vaccine mandates. I probably don't have, well, I'm just going to give you some of the highlights. It was the HR 382, the Pandemic is Over Act, which ordered the Secretary of Health and Human Services to rescind public health emergency declarations and then relinquish back to the executive branch the emergency powers. HR 497, the Freedom for Healthcare Workers Act, which ends COVID vaccine mandates for healthcare workers. That was something that was really heavily addressed to our district or regional offices. That was an issue, and it also nullifies the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services vaccine rule. HJ Resolution 7 declares the COVID national emergency is over and terminates the assumed 120 special statutory powers reserved for emergencies. And there was also HR 185, which ends the mandate for all incoming international air travelers, which that did not get lifted. And so since I am getting a little close on time, I'm just going to segue into telecommunications with just a quick follow-up from last month's multi-county meeting at Sportsman's Campground on the subject of Federal Communication Commission's response to Hinsdale County. If you weren't at that meeting, although some were, there was a request from Hinsdale County to get a narrow band exception from the FCC because the emergency the emergency coverage for communications for first responders and county officials and people that are doing road work and so forth had dropped about 50% lack of coverage because of the FCC's narrow banding requirement. And this has been going on for multiple years with no response. Congresswoman Bobert's office worked with the FCC, and we just heard that the agency is leaning in favor of making this exception for Hinsdale County. And they have offered to do a local meeting to focus on this issue. This is going to be important to other similarly impacted neighboring counties who are basically, we have this rugged terrain and we've lost the ability to have the emergency connectivity that narrow banding was supposed to provide. So I look forward to sharing that update on behalf of Congresswoman Gobert. I'm also available to answer any questions that you have on these updates. I also will be here throughout the day and I'm available to speak with you directly one-on-one as well. So first of all, and thank you for your time. Any questions?
From Hinsdale County, who truly appreciate the help. It's our geography and our Archuleta County things. We're joined at the hip, for lack of a better term. But we truly appreciate the focus of the SEC to try to get that fixed. Our first responders are in harm's way out there. It's mainly because of the geographical barriers that we deal with. So thank you for taking that.
Absolutely. We look forward to the next steps with the FCC to get that finalized. Any other questions? All right, I can't believe it. We're ending on time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So before we get going with the Telecommunications Committee meeting, I just want to get a quick raise of hands. Whose first Club 20 meeting is this? Or who's here from the community here at Pagosa Springs? Okay, everybody, take note of that. Make them feel welcome. We're so glad you guys joined us today. And if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to myself or Annabelle in the back, our administrative assistant. I'm sure any of the other members will be able to help you or point you in the right direction if needed. So thank you again for joining us. Michael, go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate it. For those of you that don't know, I'm Brad McLeod of Mason County. I am the chair for Club 20 until almost not quite a year left. So probably accurate. For our guests and new members and alike, please, I don't get a chance right away. I'd love to be talking to you. Thank you very much for coming. I would like to thank the Commissioner for being here this morning. We look forward to getting to spend some more time with you and Mary Jo. It's always a pleasure to come down to the next. Really appreciate the hospitality that you guys always show us. I want to do a quick reminder to everybody that you are a county designated representative, a board member. Obviously, there are some open seats up here at the front table. We would welcome you to come up and do that. Also, we will have resolutions and other items to vote on during the day. Please don't forget you are a current Club 20 member with these 3 months with under your belt in good standing. You can vote on any of those issues. Otherwise, we also want to make sure that anybody who wants to participate makes sure that you can ask questions, and we really welcome your engagement today. We appreciate that with our voting members. They will be members that have been in 3 months minimum. And also, if you do like what you hear and you aren't yet a member, but you're a guest, Ray Beck, I'll talk to you a little bit later, as our membership chair. He or myself or Brittany or even Annabelle would be happy to talk about becoming a member of Club 20. So thank you all very much for being here. The next couple of days, I think, are going to be very exciting. And personally, also, I know that when we come to some amazing places, sometimes it's a lot further drive for some of us than others. Tom Kleinschmidt had to drive 4 blocks further than Ray Beck to get here in Moffett County. But we appreciate the participation from everybody. Obviously, online is fantastic, but being able to be here in person and having the conversations that we can have during the committee meetings and also in the hallways, and then obviously the reception this evening are also invaluable. So From myself to you, thank you very much for making the time a priority to be here in person. We appreciate it, and we look for the next couple of days. And I look forward to hearing from my good friend Michael Murphy and hearing the Telecommunications Committee start things off.
Thank you, Brad. I'd like to start off all of this by thanking Brittany, our new executive director, for all the hard work. When the executive committee was looking at all the applicants for our position, I've got to say, this is the first Club 20 grown executive director we've ever had the honor of having. So thank you, Brittany. We appreciate it. So welcome to Club 20 policy meetings. Before we begin, I'd like you to join us in the pledge of allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You all. Thank you all. In accordance with our bylaws, we ask that only Club 20 members participate and vote on the matters of policy development. Segue here, Telecommunications has one policy: get more broadband. Okay, sorry. If you're interested in becoming a Club 20 member, please see a member of our staff, Mr. Rayback, over here to my left. Discussion is open to members and guests alike in this critical part of our meetings today. When asking the questions or making a comment, please use the microphone. Speak loudly so everyone can hear. For those of you seated at in front of the tabletop microphone, please do not turn on your microphone until the committee chair has acknowledged you, then turn off your microphone when you're going to speak. Those in the back of the room, Club 20 staff, will be walking around with a microphone for you. We now ask the folks who are joining us virtually to please introduce yourself. Then we're going to go around and introduce everybody.
And I'll just go ahead and list off those online for us. We have our co-chair, John Lee, joining us online via phone. We have Ali Axley, who will be our first presenter of the day for the committee. Caitlin Carey, Christian Reese, our former executive director. Hillary Henry is still on with the Senator Bennett's office. Kelly Hebert and Mike Ritter with the Fruita Area Chamber of Commerce. So thank you all for joining us.
Let's thank you all for joining us virtually. Let's start over here with our illustrious Mr. Rayback.
Michael, Rayback, former Malta County Commissioner, Club 20 Executive Board Member, and membership chair for Club 20. Thank you.
Earl Hearn, Rio County Commissioner.
For those of you that missed it earlier, Brad McLeod, Chair, Club 20, Basic.
Michael Murphy, incoming chair of Club 20, co-chair with John Lee, Telecommunications Committee in Sedell County.
Richard Chimino, Grand County.
Liz Smith, Madison County.
Cindy Dozier, Executive Committee of Club 20, and I'm in Montrose
Steve Child, Lincoln County Commissioner.
Joe Callahan, Archuleta County, and Chair of the Tourism Subcommittee. Stay around tomorrow. Veronica Medina, Archuleta County Commissioner, District 3.
Hi, everyone. Caleb Johnson. I am an intern at Healthy Archuleta, and I live here in Pagosa Springs.
Everybody, my name is Jolene Campbell. I'm with Healthy Archuleta also. Vanessa Skeen, Healthy Archuleta.
Good morning, everyone. Pleasure to be here. My name is Moisha Bruce and I'm with Healthy Archuleta, and we're focused on healthy food access, primary preventive healthcare access, and community cohesion.
Hello, I'm Samantha Sanchez and I'm an intern for Healthy Archuleta.
Good morning, my name's Hayden Groves, I'm with Healthy Archuleta.
Beth Coop, over the Rainbow Behavioral Consulting, Montrose, Colorado.
Good morning, everyone. Laura Lewis Marchino, I'm the Executive Director for Mountain Economic Development District, and thank you for being here.
I'm Glenn Schmitz, Director of Tourism, Wofford County, Craig City Council.
I'm Cindy Ficklin, President of Colorado Real Estate Consulting and Educational Services, and I am a hearing officer for the Mesa County Board of Equalization and Abatement.
Good morning, Jeff Hurd. I'm an attorney based out of Grand Junction. My practice is primarily focused on rural electric cooperatives, broadband, and it's good to be here.
Naomi Dobbs, Congresswoman Laura Bobert's office.
Mike McClellan with HDR, Vice Chair on the Transportation Committee. Cole Berger, Garfield County. Larry Pardee, Town of Eagle, serve as Town Manager at the Town Council.
Kathy Fackler, I'm an individual member from Durango.
Yelchin Mills, Galveston County.
Steve Reynolds, the Healthcare Committee Co-Chair and past Chair of Club 20 from Glenwood Springs.
Andrea Fields, Clinical Resources.
Adam Frisch, here to listen and learn. Morning, I'm David Eller, consulting. I'm our Senior Transportation Manager on the western slope of Montgomery Junction. Along with Adam Frisch, here to listen and learn as well. Matt Salka, Lafayette County Commissioner.
Good morning, Angelina Salazar. I'm the CEO of Western Healthcare Alliance, a network of 30 rural hospitals and health organizations. I'm also the board chair for Colorado Health Institute, and I'm the co-chair with Steve for Club 20. Great to be here.
I'm Ellen Kadich with Senator Higgins' office.
Good morning, my name is Annabelle. I'm the administrative assistant for Club 20.
Paul Wright for Access Health System. I'm Eric Hill, Echo IT Consulting here at Pagosa, and also the Arthur County IT Broadband Director. Thank you all for being here. Beautiful. Lastly, we'd like to thank. Okay. So lastly, but not least, of course, we'd like to thank our sponsor, venue sponsor, Archuleta County. Thank you so much, sponsor, Rockstar Consulting Group, Inc., Rocky Mountain Health Plan. Reception sponsor tonight is Goshen Springs Chamber of Commerce in Region 9, and committee sponsor Stephen Cindy Cody. Thank you. Guys, we can't do the good work we do for Club 20 without our sponsor. It's a key part of what we do. Also, our membership. You know, my dad always told me, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. So we appreciate all of our members. If anybody wants to join, please get a hold right back. Once again, I'm Michael Murphy, co-chair with Mr. John Lee, Telecommunications Committee. We've got this is a very unique time for broadband. There's a lot of money on the table, which money doesn't fix everything. It's, you gotta have the people and the organizations put in place in which to maximize the dollars. rural Colorado has been in need of the 21st century. I mean, we saw with COVID and everything else that if you're not connected to the internet with speeds available to push healthcare, education, etc., then you're really not in the 21st century. Rural Colorado is my choice of a place to live, and all of ours, obviously. And we really appreciate Senator Bennett's office. Hillary, thank you so much for the $826 million that is coming into the state of Colorado for broadband. With that being said, we'd like to start today's meeting with CDOT. CDOT is an incredible partner when it comes to ISPs throughout the area. Their fiber loop that they're putting in our right-of-ways, Colorado's right-of-ways. We have a lot of opportunity right now, and we'd like to start with Allie. So Allie, thank you so much, and thank you so much for short notice, guys. I got to tell you, we didn't give her much time to get prepared. So Allie, thank you so much, and it's all yours.
Thank you so much for the intro, and I'm happy to be here. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Okay, so I do apologize. I do not have a formal presentation pulled together, and I think that introduction is a great way to talk about, the challenge that we have in front of us in solving broadband problems. So in terms of Colorado Department of Transportation, it's not new to us, the challenge in getting connectivity in very remote parts of the state. We've been doing it for several decades, but in a different form, right? We're trying to get camera coverage over culverts that wash out and visibility onto roads that are near no one, but have incredible snowfall and weather patterns. And when we don't have reliable communication like fiber, we're on spotty cell phone modems at best or radio shots. We struggle to operate our highway system. So CDOT and my predecessors have put a lot of emphasis in building out a fiber network. And as a DOT stands, we have probably one of the larger fiber networks than our counterpart states. Utah certainly is a leader in fiber expansion. Some states like Arizona that are just embarking on installing their own fiber for their own purposes within their right-of-way and leveraging it to operate their highway system. So in some ways, CDOT's ahead of the curve, and in other ways, we struggle just like everyone else does. So for context, what I would say is that CDOT's fiber program and fiber, apologies, is certainly distinct from broadband. Fiber is something that enables broadband, but CDOT doesn't provide broadband services, but we are a department of the state that builds infrastructure, and fiber is a critical piece of infrastructure in this conversation. So fiber lives within the ITS branch, which I am the manager of, the Intelligent Transportation Systems branch. Within my branch, I have about 40 people, and we do everything, soup to nuts, designing, installing all technology systems on the highway system. Right now, my team is entirely consumed with a massive technology upgrade at the Eisenhower Johnson Memorial Tunnel that is still using analog cameras and some very old cabling. And so we are going through and replacing all that infrastructure starting this week, which is very fun. Not for the traveling public when we have lane closures, but it's a really complex project. And it highlights the members of my team that I have that are all very single threaded. I have project engineers that write specs, but I only have 2 of them. I have one of them managing that project. I have a maintenance team that goes out when we have issues like a VMS board getting struck by a semi or getting struck by lightning or a camera getting so dirty the operators can't use it. And I have a limited budget every year. And what has enabled CDOT to expand our fiber network for all of these years back into the late 90s is a statute that enables private-public partnerships. And so CDOT has about 1,600 miles of fiber across the state along our highway system. And we've expanded that fiber, like I've talked about, for transportation use, operations, and safety. That's really what's been our driving factor. But we've also been trying to expand into areas where there isn't a use case, but there is an operational need, and it's allowed us to leverage partnerships and conversations that you know, there's no telecommunication provider that would probably have a use case or a revenue model to build over Wolf Creek Pass when the construction season is maybe 2 to 3 months long and it's hard granite to get through. But we're working on that now. The project team is able to start construction this summer, which is great. And I'm sorry, I mean, they just have been able to start up after this very heavy winter, which is exciting for us because that's a challenging project to keep on schedule and on budget, given the constraints of working in the climate like Wolf Creek Pass. But something that's really critical to this conversation that you've mentioned is it's a complicated problem, and it's a complex topic, and it requires people, and it also requires time. Conversations expanding fiber over Wolf Creek started 5-6 years ago, and they're finally coming to fruition today. So it does take a concerted effort of planning and coordinating and getting everyone on the same page to get traction forward. And so as far as what CDOT's doing today, I can tell you that I have had a flat, not me personally, but the ITS branch has a 10 million flat budget for projects that covers everything. That covers the upgrade of technology at the Eisenhower Johnson Memorial Tunnel, expansion of fiber. We're also doing projects to upgrade our chain stations and bring technology up to a standard that's in the 21st century. We have a lot of archaic. So that $10 million has to get stretched very, very far. So we don't have a funding mechanism in-house to do a ton of fiber expansion, and therefore we don't have a lot of fiber expansion projects on our horizon. But we have pursued grants in the past. A great example of that is the build grant that we went for that contributed to Wolf Creek Pass, but it's also enabled us to finish out some of our interstate corridors up I-76 and down south on I-25 to Raton Pass. We did apply for the enabling middle mile grant, thinking, you know, that was an opportunity to identify fiber funding. I do not believe we received any funding from that, but we have not officially heard the word no, but they have allocated most of those funds out. So we feel pretty strongly we didn't receive that funding. But so that's been how CDOT has approached this topic over the last probably 5 years. How do we expand fiber when we don't have the funding and resources to do it? And that's what we've done. And right now I would say we don't have funding identified in the future. We don't have intent to apply for any more grants. So we're trying to stay really focused on how we stretch the dollars we have today. And then parallelly, you know, as I spoke about, we have 1,600 miles of fiber, but 900 of those miles of fiber came from our public-private partnerships. And what CDOT has is fiber infrastructure, but also right-of-way. We're a landowner, and we have statute that says that we shall be compensated for the use of our right-of-way by telecommunication providers installing fiber. And so the way that has happened over the last 25 years is that a company will come in and say, we want to build fiber on your right of way. And the in-kind exchange looks like them installing some conduit and fiber for us to expand our network that operates our transportation system in parallel with theirs. And that's how we have 900 miles of fiber. So we'd be back down to 700 without those partnerships. However, it has been identified, and it has been a clunky process over the last 5 years at least. We've tried to make major improvements as far as templating our agreements so that they can be processed more quickly. And there was also an executive order that said we needed to put out a simplified fee structure for the use of our right-of-way to kind of eliminate the complexity of the negotiations that everyone's had to go through. And so we have developed a fee structure, presented it to our Transportation Commission, and received a lot of comment from our public partners and local communities. Just there was a lot of feedback on it. And so right now the team is working really hard on ingesting all of those comments, working really closely with our Transportation Commission, Colorado Broadband Office, the governor's office, and our leadership to figure out what the right path forward is. Because the reality is we have laws that say one thing, and we have a situation that is quite different than it was when the laws were written. And so as staff, we're trying to navigate those guardrails that we're directed under currently and figure out the best path forward so that we can enable Colorado. But our goal as staff is, like I said, we have these two resources. We have fiber. So we are happy and willing to lease excess dark fiber on our cables to anyone who approaches us. We try very hard to work through the details of those agreements as quickly and effectively as we can. to leverage infrastructure that's already there. That's always an option, and we're happy to start those conversations with anyone. So the other asset would be our right of way, and like I said, it's the same thing. It's an agreement process, and we're happy to start those conversations as quickly as we can. We have some great examples of great partnerships that have really enabled access across the state, but it can be a cumbersome process because of the agreements, and that's why we're hoping to come up with a parallel option to right-of-way access that's simplified and quicker. There's pros to the fee structure that we proposed. It enables us to just put that within our permitting process, which can take a much shorter time frame to get executed and get people installing fiber in our right-of-way right away compared to the agreement process. But it also provides just a second option for companies and communities to decide what works best for them. Having said that, it's certainly in flux, just given the conversations that are going on and how much interest there is in broadband and how much feedback we have received, and how much strategy we really have to figure out how to move forward in a successful way to enable Colorado. So with that, I know I didn't maybe fill the whole time slot, but I want to kind of pause, and I would really love to hear what you all have to say, or if you have any questions. I'm happy to talk about any aspects that I kind of just brought up there in more detail. And I apologize, I'm not in a polished presentation mode, but I would be very interested to hear from all of you.
So do we have any questions? Yes, Joe.
Hi, Ali. Could you talk about the distribution of those 1,600 miles of fiber? Are they primarily on the main interstate transportation corridors in the state, or are some of those 1,600 miles in corridors that are not along I-70 or I-25?
Sure. So I will say primarily we do have interstate coverage. I would say that was one of the primary drivers in deploying fiber, just given the quantity of traffic, the type of freight movement, the type of crash patterns that we see. You know, obviously interstates carry a lot more people, and therefore there's a lot more operational concern and ability to leverage technology to help us with that. So we do have all of our interstates covered, and then kind of starting in the Denver metro area, which is where some of our first fiber even started. We have some very old fiber in the Denver metro area. Some of the major arterials with signals are also what's covered. So those are main driving factors. The communication reliability we need on things like traffic signals that are controlling traffic are pretty critical. So our major arterials through something like the metro area, and then if you can imagine kind of the spider web out of Denver, we've inched out from there. But we do have routes like US 160, which again is another freight route, but largely what drives where our fiber has expanded into are those safety and operational concerns. I mean, Wolf Creek Pass is a great example. There's obviously safety and operational concerns, and we're really hopeful that the technology and the fiber enabling the technology on Wolf Creek Pass can help address those. So I don't have a percentage breakdown exactly, but it is primarily interstates kind of building out from the Denver metro area, then from there. But we're happy to build on state highway routes as much as US routes, as long as the driving factor is the transportation situation and how we can help address those concerns.
Steve, go ahead.
Hi, this is Steve Child from King County Commission. Every year it seems like there is fiber cut somewhere by a backhoe or someone, you know, doing some project. Also with the reflow in Redwood Canyon, I'm curious, I think that probably took out part of the fiber in Redwood Canyon. What does CDOT do to protect the fiber, make it just more armored or whatever, so it doesn't get damaged by those kind of events?
So it's a great question, and you're totally right. Glenwood Canyon, our fiber was washed on the other side of the river when that slide happened, and of course at that point life safety is more a priority than digging our fiber out, but we definitely had great partners that helped come in and put temporary coverage up in that canyon for everyone to work. The first thing that we can do is engineer our fiber installations quality, right? So we require a 4-foot depth in our fiber installs, but we also have fiber that is getting very old and is in very interesting environmental conditions and has floated up to being only 6 inches deep, which is likely an issue with how it was installed, but it probably was installed 15 years ago, and we don't know about that until we discover it. So we work really hard to keep everyone held to our specs so that we can avoid those issues and make sure, you know, in the right situation, concrete caps are put on top of the fiber if it's necessary, but primarily that the fiber is at the correct depth for it to be safe. The second part is our locate program, and that is something that we are currently struggling with, as a lot of other utilities that CDOT has are also struggling. You know, we have culverts, we have water and sewer, we have, you know, hundreds of maintenance patrols that have other types of utilities, and we contract out a lot of the locate work, and then missed locates or inaccurate locates have resulted in some of our more recent damages. Prior to recent years, we did have some pretty, I guess I would say, disappointing internal damages where, you know, a maintenance crew installing a guardrail post put it right through our backbone, missed locate, and that just became an education effort. And that's something that is really important to talk about. You know, you have to call before you dig, and sometimes we just don't think about it. You know, it's as innocent as, you know, we need to put that delineator post that got knocked down back up, and boom, hit our fiber. So it's internal education and it's external education, and it's really making sure that we have a locate program in place that enables us to prevent those damages. That's what we do. I would add the other component to that is we work really hard, our network team works really hard to find redundancy and resiliency options so that when the fiber is cut, our operations centers don't lose all comm, that we have some type of failover mechanism. But those would be also examples of projects that eat up that budget that isn't necessarily going to fiber expansion. So there's always kind of a balance in how we spread those dollars to make sure that we have some resiliency in place for the operations of our transportation system.
Yeah, thank you. And the redundancy is important. We always try to have at least 2 loops to go, like from our part of the state in Western Colorado to get to the Front Range. You don't want to just have one link, you need at least 2 or more just to make sure you always have that connection. So thanks for the information.
Any other questions from the room? Brett.
Thank you for everything you're sharing, Brad McLeod, Chair Club 20. Thank you for everything you shared, and I'm just wondering if you can go away and tap maybe on 2 pieces that you addressed briefly. Understanding especially where the funding starts and prioritizing projects that start on the corridor on the Front Range. Obviously, we're very Western Colorado centric, and you mentioned, you know, priority safety and other infrastructure projects. One, how can we best address and or share our concerns when it is about getting those projects done out here in Western Colorado, especially as it addresses safety and also creating continuity and stability in the network need. And 2, what does the timeline look like on any of those projects for new build out and or reconstruction and improvements?
Sure, those are great questions, and I would say as far as Western communities kind of best addressing safety concerns and identifying ways to kind of get those addressed and work collaboratively, I would encourage everyone to work with their region traffic units. Traffic engineers in each of our CDOT regions, you know, are the ones that help us really hone in on, you know, it's an unfortunate conversation sometimes. There are a lot of different areas with safety concerns, and then we don't have funding to cover all of them. So which ones do we really need to hone in and focus? And our regional teams are really the best part of CDOT. They're the best deliverers of our projects and our programs, and they're great collaborators and communicators. And you know, at that point, you can also always contact us, and we will make sure the right CDOT people are involved in those conversations for planning. I know an example, Wolf Creek Pass, that the region worked really hard to engage communities and let them know this is coming and this is why it's coming. And so just being involved in a voice at the table is it's very valuable. And you know, the fee structure that we've proposed, we've heard from a lot of communities, we've heard from a lot of people, and that's a great thing. So it's great that you all have a voice and that you share it. And I think it goes farther than maybe sometimes it feels like it goes. And I would just encourage that continue. The second part of your question about timeline, this is something that's frustrating for everyone. And so I'll give an example. We started conversations with a private partner building on our right of way on I-70. Probably in 2017, 2018, conversations started. An agreement process started in 2019. It took 2 years to finalize that agreement. It took the partner 2 years to build that fiber route from Glenwood to Grand Junction. And now for CDOT, I mean, now that fiber is available, it's available for anyone. We're working with Corey in Region 10 on that dark fiber lease, so it can be leveraged. But for CDOT to leverage that fiber for the cameras on that corridor and the variable message signs and the traffic signals on that corridor, my project engineer started scoping that project in January. Is hopefully going to go out to ad at the end of this summer, and then we'll likely, well, depending on how bids come in, because that's quite a fluctuating situation as well in our state as far as prices and time on getting parts and materials. But assuming all goes well, construction would probably start for her to build those laterals to our assets next summer. So that's kind of another 2 years. So all in all, you're looking at 6 years from our perspective, no fiber in the area to leveraging the fiber for the assets in the area. And that's just a recent example. I think there's ways that timeframe can certainly get crunched down. But it's also a resource thing, right? I have one engineer, I can't have her run 8 projects, or all 8 projects will take 3 times as long as they should. Then if we focus and hone in on what we need to deliver on, I'm sure many of the local agencies in here are kind of have the same kind of resourcing and planning and staffing struggles. But I don't know, did that answer your questions? Or
Point, yeah, I appreciate that. Obviously, one of the things we've been concerned with also is the proposed remake of those TPRs in the regions of how we would be represented within CDOT, and that would restructure a lot of the money and the funds that are spent on CDOT projects across the state, and honestly heavily impact rural Colorado's impact on that, especially if we started going more back to a population base versus the number of lineage miles that are represented in that. I think that's one of our biggest concerns, even when it comes to the telecom side of this. It may not be population based, but we do have mileage that needs to be taken into consideration. And the fact that we are pushing recreation and outward mobility to the more rural parts of our state, I think we don't represent that well. We're only putting ourselves in it. So we need to make sure that that's represented within the department, within the agencies as well as the state.
no, I appreciate that feedback. And as the ITS branch manager, I'm not super involved in the TPR, but I'll pass along your feedback to the folks that are working on that. And I appreciate you sharing.
Thank you. This is Mike Murphy again. As I'm traveling around discussing broadband with just folks throughout Colorado, one of the questions that comes up is, what is CDOT doing to identify, inventory, and disclose available fiber assets? That's question one. And then my personal question is, out of the 826 million that we've just seen come to the state of Colorado for the PDAC, Senator Bennett's office, are there any plans, or how is CDOT going to capitalize on that to help with the backbone throughout the state? Thank you.
Sure. So the first part of that question, how we inventory our capacity, I will say, you know, I would love a map just as much as the next person that was just really simple with a number on it, how much is available for everyone. And the reality of our fiber and how it all interconnects, and particularly some of the older locations, is, you know, when you have a 144 count fiber meet a 96 fiber cable and a 12 count lateral and this, and then it goes spurs off and then it meets other ones. So it's a complex inventory. It's not something we're ignoring. It's just not as simple as we would like it to be. So what I would say is that we are addressing that. We do have a resource. I have an employee that was hired 2 weeks ago to really help in his full-time job is to have that system in place, the internal processes in place, so that when splices are broken and refused, and when there's emergency repairs or new projects coming through, which happens constantly at CDOT, we're constantly relocating our fiber because of roadway projects, that we have the most up-to-date information and it is quality. But what I can tell you that we're doing in the interim is that when we do have requests to leverage our dark fiber asset, we go out and we make sure that we can get light from one end to the other of that request. And we do that relatively quickly. I would say we could do that within 2 months of an initial request. We try not to send people out for every little request because, you know, if it's not a serious request, my one fiber guy would be busy just chasing all these requests down. So we do work with the partner and make sure, you know, this is a value, and we can turn around pretty quickly if there's capacity on that route or not. And we always try, if that particular route you want to go doesn't work, is there an alternative that we can make it work? We always try to come to a yes and with what we have. It's just not as efficient or effective as if you were going to go to a company like Zayo, who does this every day full time with all of their staff. So the inventory control and quality management of that is definitely top of our priority right now. And then the second part of your question about how would CDOT capitalize on this $800 million that CBO got, we really will not be capitalizing on that in any way other than supporting CBO and in their administration of that program, because that funding is truly for last mile builds. And CDOT highways in our system are really more middle mile or long haul routes than anything. So we've talked with CBO and we're encouraging everyone applying for that funding, if they are referencing CDOT, if they're trying to interconnect with CDOT, or if they're trying to build on CDOT right away, to just engage with us earlier so we can help facilitate those conversations moving forward in a timely manner. But CDOT would not be receiving or going for any of that funding for our own personal builds. We would just be working collaboratively with the CBO to help with the success of that funding getting out into the communities where it needs to go.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions for Al? Hey, Allie, thank you so much. I really, truly did.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you so much. The next aspect of our meeting today is challenges of rural Colorado broadband. We'd like to thank Matt Salta, County Commissioner of La Plata County, for your time and your efforts in broadband.
A little too tall for this.
Oh, you have to turn that. Sorry.
A little too tall for this, so thank you. All right, first I want to thank Club 20 and Michael Murphy for reaching out to me and discussing potential future legislation efforts and the broadband initiatives for working closely with Region 9, Shaq Powers, and Laura Lewis Marchino, and really happy to be able to include Club 20 in these type of discussions and the future of broadband to the state of Colorado. Second, I wanted to thank Jonas Durham, fiber manager for CDOT, Julie Constant, the director for our district, southwest corner for CDOT, and then especially Allie. I've been one of those commenters being able to talk about the concerns of what CDOT's wanting to do on fees, permitting fees, annual fees. And so that's why I'm here today. But I also want to address a couple other items too, as well, as that was redundancy. I really want to highlight Archuleta County, which has about 25% of La Plata County that was impacted by a fiber cut. It was not a CDOT right away. It was just a regular line, a fiber line going to a backhaul for Lumen / CenturyLink, and it brought down all of Archuleta County. There is no phone calls on the hard line. There's no cell service to be able to call anyone if you need help. I enjoy Netflix and be able to stream and do other items, but for 911 communications and not being able to call when you need help, we, and I say this because we are a region, are very lucky that nothing has happened yet. In 3 months, we've had about 3 downages here in Archuleta County and some of Bayfield in La Plata County. So we got to focus on how can we use $826 million, $171 million of CPF funding, and be able to leverage and do what's best, and that is to address the lack of broadband in Colorado, but most importantly, of course, for us is the Western Slope in our Southwest region. So with that being said, there was a couple of items. The governor of Colorado, Governor Polis, had put out an executive order to reach homes and businesses by 2027, 99% of them. That's not going to happen at all. How can we make that happen? And that would be able to lower the barriers to allow have access for ISPs, P3 contributions to be able to expand that coverage throughout the state of Colorado. With all those additional funds, we've reached out through CCI, Colorado Counties Incorporated, who we work, and it's great to see a lot of fellow commissioners here. And I apologize, you'll be hearing this on Friday when we talk about legislation efforts. So with that, we had a lot of issues and wrote a letter to the governor, our Western Slope District for CCI, to the governor stating, please assist us. We have concerns with being able to have access for our region, to be able to have high-speed internet to address redundancy, as well as getting fiber to the homes and businesses. And so with that, I am proposing and have submitted to CCI a legislation effort running through CCI on removing annual fees for CDOT right-of-way access. So with that, what does that mean? For at least, I'll put it in a little bit bigger picture here for our region. Working through Region 9, we had submitted a $66 million request through NTIA. We did not receive that. The state of Colorado only received $2 million out of that pot when those funds were distributed, which is very unfortunate. But great news is that we're going to keep moving forward, working with Region 9 to be able to leverage as much funding that we can in our region. Well, if we would have received that $66 million for our region, which is 5 counties, that would have cost, if we applied these CDOT annual fees, around $300,000 a year. The project would not move forward. There's no way. There's smaller ISPs would just not be able to afford that. Our governments would not be able to afford that yearly. Our budgets are already strapped as is. So with this bill submitting, and then we'll be running through CCI, is the removal of those annual fees to be able to have access for ISPs, to be able to leverage more funds. So all this funding coming into the state would be applied to expansion of fiber instead of paying for annual fees. And what a lot of times what I hear is well, the concern is that's taking away money from CDOT. Well, it's not. There's still, I'm not wanting to remove the permitting fees, the one-time fees whatsoever. We can discuss that too as well. And I've been really enjoyed working with Ally and submitting our comments to the Transportation Commission, and they've been very receptive and listening. They have worked on, the fees were much higher before, and the second round, they did lower it, but it's still too much. When you're talking about 27 cents per foot per year, in rural Colorado, that's a lot of money. So with that, my hope and my ask is for Club 20 is, if this is something you're interested to please follow along, but also to be a proponent. Who else is interested in bringing this forward? I just wanted to name off a couple of organizations, and that's CCTA with Jeff Weist, Action 22, and I've got the Southern Ute Indian Tribe. I'm working on the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe right now, and Region 9, and a couple of staff members from Region 10 too as well. So it's very exciting. Well, let's use as much money as we get to the state to better the people and not be able to be cost prohibitive, especially in rural Colorado. Any questions on that? And then I want to bring up one more item too.
Questions?
Matt, do you mind clarifying the one-time fees versus the ongoing fees? You had some great examples.
Could you repeat the question for those?
Yes, so the difference between the one-time fee and then the annual recurring fee. So the one-time fee, so I'll give an example for La Plata County and our counties. We can't charge to make money on permitting. It's staff time and be able to implement that application. So the initial one-time fee would be to be able to have whoever that applicant is to pay that one upfront cost. And for example, what they have stated right now in their memo is for here would be state highway is 7 cents per foot, one-time fee done. For example, would be is to put it together is like, say if you wanted a gas line in the CDOT right away, they pay a one-time fee and that's it. Broadband is being treated much differently. And at least my opinion on that is due to it's not a utility. Well, let's find a way through the legislation session to be able to maybe work on this. The other item too, as well, is we have tried to do work this internally. I am a proponent of not trying to have the state be forced through legislation. What I wanted to do is work, we, a group, Western Slope CCI district, and in our county in Region 9 is let's try to change this internally and be able to work on this before having to get to this step. We're unfortunately now at this step. So the one-time fee, we're not here to be against that whatsoever. It's the annual fee that we're concerned. So state highway is 7 cents per foot one-time fee, and then if an annual fee, it goes up to 27 cents per year a foot. So it's those costs are pretty high up there. Now, if we want to execute and complete the executive order that the governor has put forth, this is the way to do it. It promotes competition. CDOT can benefit from it because now if you have an ISP coming in, working through a government as well, or county governments as well, or municipalities, hey, we want to put X amount of fiber lines in this right of way. CDOT could have the potential opportunity to say, well, can we have X amount? So this wouldn't be kicking CDOT out of the way. This is working side by side and accomplishing the main goal that we all want is better broadband and to bridge that digital divide. So that's where we're working on right now. And yeah, any other questions on it? Yes, Commissioner.
Oh, so Ally wanted to respond to that as well.
Let's let Ally respond.
Hi, and thank you so much, Commissioner Salka. And I do appreciate the feedback, and I definitely understand the concerns. And I just want to put a few points out there for clarity. And you're right, it's different. If you're installing fiber in a right of way versus a gas line, totally different. And it has to do with the fact that fiber is not a regulated utility. The second thing I want to point out is that when Region 9 went for the NTIA grant, we wrote a letter of support and we said in it that, we would just need to be compensated with at least a buffer tube of fiber, and that we would work really collaborative with you to help encourage that forward. So I do think there's examples of CDOT, we had to vet that through our legal team to make sure that was appropriate given the context, but we were never going to charge you $300,000 a year given that situation. And so I think it's important to point out that collaboration too. And then lastly, I want to point out that the fee structure is, still in flux. We're still strategizing how we move it forward with everyone and given all the feedback. But given the confines of our legal guardrails right now, it is a fee that is meant to receive fair market value and also address our right-of-way management and maintenance costs, which are an ongoing cost. And so that is why there's an initial payment and an ongoing payment. And listen, I don't have a dog in the fight. I want to do what's right. And I don't want to break the law in my job, and the law says what it says. So I totally understand where you're coming from. But when there is fiber infrastructure in our right-of-way, it occupies that space that can no longer be occupied by anyone else or anything else. And then if there is fiber in our right of way, we have an obligation to keep the path clear, to keep bridges up, to keep safety features in place so that it is accessible, because what we're being compensated for is that access to our right of way. So I certainly am not trying to argue any of your points, but I just want to provide that context from where we're coming from, where we had the guidance to develop this and what we're proposing. Just to make sure everyone's kind of singing off the same sheet of music. So thank you, and I'll give you back the floor.
Ally, and I appreciate that, and I really do enjoy working with you, and you've been very receptive, and I appreciate that. And really, what this would happen is this is currently the vision. This is me talking off of a piece of paper. This is me still having to present in front of CCI in hopes that the county commissioners of CCI will be able to vote for this as a yes and become a priority bill. Then if that does get approved, That will then go to the Eric Bergman is the transportation side of CCI. And what would be able to do is then start negotiating and developing what that bill would be. So this is currently what I'm proposing in front of CCI and the county commissioners. That vision can change slightly, significantly. Just as of last year, I worked on a landfill bill with CCI and that moved forward. I had vision A, and by the end of the time when the bill was adopted, it was at letter G. So it does change. So, but I appreciate Ali's comments and I do appreciate all the work you've done. And this is something that we're still going to proceed, but I look forward to working with CDOT staff that's on part of that legislation efforts on their side. And we'll hopefully come to a point where we all can agree on.
Great. I think we have two other comments that you want to go ahead and go first.
Thank you very much. Matt, I think you run the risk of litigation, false advertising, change a photo on your slide.
That is an old one.
Thank you for your work with this. Thank you for your work on the landfill bill. This sounds very intriguing. But yeah, we've had probably hundreds of blowouts and potholes on Griffith Pass in Grand County this year. A lot of rollovers. I can't fathom supporting something that reduces CDOT's revenue at all. And I wonder, just kind of thinking through, like, is 7 cents for the install and then 27 cents per foot every year thereafter. It does seem a bit skewed. But I mean, are there network operational costs that CDOT has to run, their network, or they have to contract with another company that's managing the data flowing through that fiber, that we should maybe take into consideration that maybe isn't 27 cents, but it might be version B or C, that some renewing costs or like 3 or 4 cents per year or per foot per year, to just make sure that those revenue, those network operational costs can be covered. Because if the network isn't being run well, it might not be worth being connected anyway. And I don't know what's behind the black curtain of running networks, but I imagine there's some people and operational costs involved.
Thank you, Commissioner. I will leave it up. I would like to have Ali back me, or at least let me know. So this is on the second version of what they were talking about on these fees. So I believe, Ali, if you could correct me if I'm wrong, but would be in August that they'll be bringing this back to the Transportation Commissioner and talk about these fees. But as you very well know, in our submittal times, we need to get this. So this bill, if nothing changes, my request was still to negotiate and to move forward with. But if CDOT decides to change something very significantly, then that's something for all of us in CCI to be able to see what are our next steps for that. And Ali, do you know when's the next Transportation Commission meeting to address this?
This is such a great question, and I apologize, but I'm missing the meeting where we're all internally working on our path forward to be here today. So I don't know, and I'll find out after this, so hopefully very quickly. But I also want to kind of address the question that was asked, and I'm so sorry, I don't know exactly who asked it, but as far as like the network operations cost component, it's really important, and there's a distinction here. CDOT has its own fiber, but this fee would be for someone else to be installing their fiber in our right of way. And CDOT is not going to light a network on that fiber. CDOT is not going to operate that fiber. That fiber is owned by that third party. And these costs are really associated with making sure potholes get fixed and making snow removal happens and making sure things are mowed and making sure those fiber markers, when they're knocked down, are reported or put back up. Those type of maintenance and management costs of the right of way. Now, we're not in our fee structure, we're not charging all of the maintenance costs for the whole right of way stretch. We try to break it down to really just a 1 foot swath of our right of way that our fiber's occupying, the costs associated with that finite pathway. And so I just want to make sure that was clear. And I will try to get an update on our next steps. The last I heard, we were going to go back to commission in August, but I do know that we have many new transportation commissioners coming on board, I believe, here soon. So the reality is, if we go to the commission in August, it'd probably be more of an educational workshop than an action item. But I don't have confirmation on that right now. And I'll let you know as soon as I do what our next steps are, but I'm missing that one today.
Got it.
Mr. Ray Beck has the next question.
Yeah, thank you, Michael, and thank you for the presentation. You know, when people ask me about, something, they ask about policy committee and stuff, I always say that this is where the rubber meets the road. And it always comes up with the suggestion of somebody in order to move forward. We don't know what the future legislation is going to look like when it comes to broadband or any other topic that represents and impact Western Colorado. But my suggestion for you, Mr. Chairman, would be that maybe you look at your advisory council, let's have a discussion, talk with CDOT, the commissioner here, and let's see if this is something that's feasible, viable. Maybe we can come together. I don't know that we have anything on the books in broadband, telecom that would address particular topic. So maybe this is a discussion we need to have, and if we or if your advisory committee thinks that this is important, bring it forward. Maybe that's something we can run by the executive committee, meeting in the fall, or push it forward, to the next mayor, and make sure we're prepared for be proactive about that. Thank you.
Great, thank you. That's very well said. I think it's something to broadband and then over telecommunications. We've pretty much gone to broadband instead of telecommunications, so maybe we should change the name of our committee as we will array. Thank you very much. Anybody else have any other questions for Matt before we move?
And I just want,
Mike, go ahead. You have one other point, correct? Matt?
yeah, I just wanted to bring up on a NACO committee I sit on about a bead.
Great, great, Mike.
So Mike involved with the issue. I used to be with CI.
Get closer to the mic.
I used to also be the traffic engineer who also oversaw all the utility improvements for CDOT in Southwest Colorado. One of the things I'm sitting here sitting back on, and this is not, Ashley's wonderful. I love working with them when I was at CDOT. But one of the things that I think there's bigger picture. If CenturyLink has copper in the ground right now, you see that right away, they do not know. That's copper. Everybody's slowly moving over towards fiber. I know there's a cost to be born, but you have Atmos in right away, not paying a fee. And they are providing a profit service to people, no different than the fiber is. So I think there's a bigger question about this, Matt and Ashley, where maybe the utility permitting process needs to be rethought, because the way it works right now, if you are Pagosa Springs, you need a sewer line in the right of way. You may put it in the right of way and there's no fee for that. But if it's for profit, then they're involved. And so this is how these things work. Now, in the case of CenturyLink for Atmos, they get to put it in the right of way free of charge. But when CDOT says, I need my right of way, they have to pay the reload. They have to bear the cost and burden of relocating. But there's no monthly service charge. It's there for free. It might be there for 20 years. It'd be fine. But that one day when that road widens, the bridge is put in, they got to move it. Then they got to pay for the relocation. So there's history behind the utility permitting law that maybe it needs to be updated as a whole. And it's not just a broadband issue where it levels the playing field for all profit-oriented businesses. And then maybe there's an exception where, yes, the Lumen or CenturyLink needs to pay a fee, but if it's a municipality providing public service without a profit, just to sustain it, maybe that's not a fee requirement. Differentiating that.
Mike, I appreciate that comment. I did write down those notes so I can also review too as well. But the issue that we're running into as well in Wolf Creek Fiber project coming down is that we can, as a government, to be able to tie in at a very low cost. But what we're trying to do is expand coverage to the profit sector so therefore they can provide that high-speed internet to the users. And that's where it runs into the situation. So that means we need to review that. Yeah. And then just one more item, Michael, is if it's okay, and it just takes 1 minute. And that is, I sit on the NACO Telecommunications Technology Committee, and I just wanted to put in front of you, just for food for thought, is a proposed resolution for BEAD that I just heard on our committee meeting 2 weeks ago, and that is a proposed resolution to provide a limited exception to the BEAD letter of credit requirement. BEAD requires awardee to provide 25% of the letter of credit. So that means 25% of that total grant has to be set aside, which can be really hard for smaller ISPs. So for example, a $10 million project, they would have to set aside $2.5 million, which could potentially kill that ISP project. And so what this proposed legislation or proposed resolution would be is to change it to a performance bond. It looked very interesting, and this may come down on the federal side in the near future, but very interesting resolution. That's all I have today.
Thank you. I believe Ray had another question.
Yeah, not a question per se, it's a comment. Brittany brought to my attention that we do have all around books that address this particular issue. It was adopted back in 2000, and a couple times over the years, and we back in 2019, adopted being right-of-way fee and primary approval for the replacement and relocation of fiber optic cables and other utility facilities. Just reading, glancing through this, we won't have to reinvent the wheel. We got to build on. This is a suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ray. We'll address that during our next policy.
Thank you, everyone.
Matt, any other question, any of your statements? We good?
Nothing all, I mean, stay tuned. I now need to present this still. CCI commissioners here got a intro onto this, and then we'll be discussing further.
We at Club 20 truly appreciate your efforts bringing broadband to Colorado. And thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you.
Believe it or not, we're 2 minutes away. So the mentality of our meeting today was we wanted to look at the overall structure of broadband to CDOT. We wanted to bring in some of the challenges and working with that. Then John and I wanted to bring in basically boots on the ground. So what we have next is Corey Brendel. He is the Regional Broadband Director of Region 10, with some updates as to what kind of progress. Corey, are you available?
I am indeed. Good morning. Good morning. Good to see all the discussions here. Yeah, so I'm Corey Brendel. I'm the Regional Broadband Director with Region 10. We're based in Montrose. Just a quick overview of kind of what we do and how we're involved in this stuff. The first thing was we wanted to help our communities in Region 10, as well as communities in our neighboring areas, prepare for and be able to maximize the last mile funding that's coming to the state. $830 million is kind of a stunning number, and the 161 that came through previous to that with CPF. These are really focused on last mile dollars, and we wanted to make sure that we were filling the gap. We were providing those middle mile long haul routes into areas where the last mile ISPs would distribute that supply of internet access to homes and businesses. The other goal was to really connect the Western Slope to content and providers in the major cities for upstream sources, to make sure that we are getting the same level of services as the NFL cities when we're out here in rural Colorado. We did want to connect the regions. We wanted to get the regions in the Northwest, in the Far West, in the Western Slope, in our home territory, throughout Region 9, and then the Southeast, all kind of singing off the same sheet of music and working together on this common effort. And we've really made some progress there. We've done a lot of work with local governments at the county and city level, and the internet service providers in the private sector as well. They're right on our heels and really encouraged by the work we're doing. We've had a lot of support from DOLA. We've had a lot of support from local governments with their own tax dollars. So our goals are pretty simple, and they involve improving reliability. That's a big factor to us, and performance, network performance goes along with that. Increasing capacity, because a lot of our ISPs basically, under the current situation, either can't afford or can't get access to sufficient capacity to feed the types of networks that are being built with fiber today, and even some of the faster wireless services. And at the end of the day, we want to be able to reduce costs to our subscribers and make sure that those fees that they pay and the reimbursements that assist with that are as modest as possible for a quality service. We are using fiber from many sources. A lot of Region 10's existing 600 miles is done through electrical companies. Tri-State and several electric companies have contributed to that effort. We're working with a private company called Zayo that has assets throughout the state. We're working with Region 9 on constructing fiber, in the area within Region 9 as well as a carrier neutral location. We've got fiber contributed from Emory Telecom, a group based in Utah that has assets in Colorado. And we've been working with CDOT as well. La Plata County and Archuleta County have been particularly active along with the tribe. Mesa and Garfield counties have both developed projects in their respective areas and towns. The city of Glenwood Springs and the city of Grand Junction have been significant contributors as well. So it's a pretty diverse project, but I just wanted to kind of give you an overview of kind of where we're going with this. So if we look at the screen, on the left side of the page in yellow with the black ring around it, those are the 6 counties that are comprise Region 10, Hinsdale, Gunnison, Delta, Montrose, San Miguel, and Ouray. We've got middle mile fiber throughout the majority of those communities, and we are working on expanding services and strengthening the services that we bring to that region. In doing that, we were asked by the Northwest AGNC territory and by Region 9 to partner with them to make sure that we're all working on a similar effort. And we've certainly done that. We've found great partnerships and been able to coordinate on infrastructure, grant opportunities, just all the pieces that are required. So what are we working on? We want to be able to have the Western Slope have access to multiple sources of quality internet. And that means getting to the main national backbones. And those interconnection points exist in Salt Lake City, they exist in Denver, they exist in Albuquerque, and they exist in Dallas. And this fiber ring around the state is intended to be able to endure multiple failures and at the same time deliver much greater capacities than what we can buy today. The other part of this is to be able to make sure that when we're using our phones and our laptops and our computers, all that data, all those applications are largely living in what's called the cloud. The cloud is kind of a fancy term or a marketing term for data centers in someone else's city. So your applications are no longer living on servers in your closet in the back of the building. They're living in the Google Cloud, Amazon Web Services, Microsoft Azure, the Meta properties, Apple and Netflix's properties. So the content that you're consuming in your applications really lives in these major cities and beyond. Part of the architecture here, just to review, was, we've had mudslides in the canyon in Glenwood Canyon that took out fiber cables. We have consistent events in Denver that take out primary fiber cables just because of the density and the amount of activity of around construction and various events in that there. We have fire risk that some of the main routes that serve Southwest Colorado and Western Colorado transit through high fire risk areas in the San Juan National Forest, specifically the Dolores Canyon. If you drive out to Norwood and Nucla, you can kind of see some of those areas from the roads. And then, along La Vita Pass and this Highway 160 area, the whole San Luis Valley has experienced, multiple community outages over and over and over. Typically, if one fiber cable gets cut there, a post hole digger's out there, replacing a fence in the spring after the snows knocked them over, you can take out up to 9 communities in that region. It's really quite stunning. So the whole idea of the ring is to kind of address the reliability and the capacity and get to lower cost sources. In doing that, we've worked with each of the communities to develop what we call carrier neutral locations. These are basically equipment rooms, and there's 12 of them being developed along I-70. There's about 14 of them currently in the Region 10 area and 2 additional that are soon to be funded, hopefully. We'll be moving forward. We're working in Lake City to build one right now as we speak, and Mount Crested Butte is another one coming. Got basically about 32 of these carrier neutral locations just within the AGNC territory, Region 10 and Region 9. And if you add in the Northwest COG up here on the near part of I-70, closer to Denver, there's another 10 or 11 equipment rooms in that area. So the carrier neutral locations, that equipment room, it provides a place for this long haul or middle mile network to reach the last mile networks. This is where we interconnect with the private internet service providers, and those ISPs take the service from that equipment room to your home or business. every time we announce a new location is going under construction, I've got about 4 internet service providers right now. Some of the sites have had more, some less, but consistently 4 ISPs that say, hey, when can I lease rack space in that CNL? I'm applying for funding, either private funding internally or public funding to help support my effort. And I want to do an analysis of building out in that community. The demand, as soon as we announce the CNL, is kind of stunning. Most of the CNLs in Region 10 are occupied by between 2 and 6 internet service providers, depending on the area and the market. Obviously, Montrose and Delta being our larger markets. And as you get out to the smaller areas, it gets down to the 2 or 3 ISPs. We've had a lot of fiber penetration in the area that we wouldn't have had we not built the middle mile network within Region 10. And we're quickly trying to replicate that impact in AGNC and Region 9. This is just a little more detail about some of the fiber that we're using between Glenwood Springs and Grand Junction. This is a section of fiber that was built by a private company. CDOT received some proceeds from that, and we worked actively, and thanks to Club 20 and your members for assisting in that conversation. We do now have an intergovernmental agreement in place with CDOT, and we're looking forward to receiving a task order, basically the final contract to access that fiber. They've been working on the feasibility and some of the permitting aspects with each of the communities. But for that section from Glenwood Springs to Grand Junction, we will be using new CDOT fiber that they received through one of these deals with a private company. And thanks, Allie and team, for helping with that. So a carrier neutral location, this equipment room, it kind of has middle mile racks or space for equipment on one side, last mile space for equipment on the other side. We really see this BEAD funding and the CPF funding as pushing the use of these. We've already had people investigating what's feasible, how much space can they get, when is it available. The other piece on the backbone that I want to just address is when we build the backbone, as we do this, we're not looking for large strand counts. If you've got 144 strand cable, 96 strand cable, a 24 strand cable that's 30 years old, we're typically looking for between 2 and 4 strands on that cable. Because what we do is we take colors of light and we put many colors through a prism, and that light, all those different colors at different frequencies, transit across the glass, and a prism on the other side of the glass breaks it back out. And we can increase the speeds and scale the capacity using this prism system. It's called dense wave division multiplexing. That's the complex term for it. But it basically means that we don't need lots of strands of fiber for the backbone piece to get to great capacities. What we really need is access to the fiber with 2 or 4 strands. So if you look at like Wolf Creek Pass as an example, CDOT's investing in a 144 strand cable there. You know, the agreement with Region 9 or Archuleta County, we'd only be looking for 2, 4, 6 strands at the most in that case. So not really making much of a dent in a large new cable. The other piece that is really interesting is at the end of the day, we're not just doing this to get light moving in fiber. We want actual data, and we've got to get to that content, and we've got to get to those national tier 1 ISPs to get the performance of the capacities up. And the routing that we're using is putting core routers in Denver, Grand Junction, extension to Salt Lake, and in Durango. So when you have a failure along a path, or an equipment failure, or even a power outage, that traffic continues to move on an alternate path around the state. So that's really our ultimate goal, whether it's the fiber, the optical equipment, the facilities that they go into. At the end of the day, they're supporting the devices that make the intelligent decisions as to how we get internet service from San Jose and Reston, Virginia, and Dallas into our homes in rural Crested Butte, Gunnison County, Hinsdale County, on, Colorado. So that's kind of an update on where we are. We're in the process of securing agreements. Several of those have been consummated, and we have ordered a portion of our equipment and are working on final bill of materials to order the balance of it. And I do expect this summer we will have a good amount of the construction on I-70 underway, potentially completed. We hope to have agreements in place for the Highway 151 project here soon in La Plata and Archuleta County. And we will be bringing in our Salt Lake City link two 100 gig links from Salt Lake to Grand Junction. And through our partnership with the city of Grand Junction, those two 100 gig links, which is a significant amount of capacity, will be made available to all the existing network. And that will then be made available as we expand the network throughout the Southwest and along I-70. So glad to take any questions, and thanks for listening.
Anybody in the room have any questions for Paul? Brittany, do we have any questions online? Hey, Corey, thanks, buddy. I appreciate you giving the update. Thank you again. Appreciate you. And I love that beach scene behind you. No, you're probably not. in
We're
a
jealous
beach area.
over here.
That's the optimist in me showing through.
There you go, buddy. Thank you so much. We truly appreciate your time. Well, we got a couple extra minutes here, so Cindy just came to me, and Eric would like to give an update on one of the towers that we have in northern Archuleta County, which covers Hinsdale as well.
I'll just give a quick introduction as Eric is walking up.
Great.
Mary Jo Houlihan from Archuleta County was instrumental in starting to get communication tower up in what we call the upper Piedra. It's the south end of Hinsdale County, and this tower will benefit Archuleta, Hinsdale. I don't even know the full extent of who will benefit from it, but it became a public safety issue many years ago that people could not get help if they were out there in the middle of the forest. And so Eric is a big piece of this from Archuleta County, and I'll let him give you his full credentials.
Yeah.
Oh,
Sorry, you just told me. Nothing like putting you on the spot on short notice.
That's all right. Yeah, I didn't expect to necessarily give an update to that. So unless emails come through really fast, and Brittany can throw them up, then I'll just talk to it. But otherwise, there might be some pictures. But that was a tower that I know that Cindy and Mary Jo have worked on to try to get to this really remote area of the state and of Hinsdale County, which, yeah, I know that Michael's very familiar with that when they have to come down to their Hinsdale County commissioners meetings that they just had last month and drive however many hours it is, 4 hours just to get down to, have that once a year meeting. But they're part of our community too. The people that live up there, they live and they work here, many of them, as well as sometimes they maintain a place down here just so they can work at the hospital or wherever they work as well as up there. And we also have a lot of recreation that goes up there. It's one of the busier Forest Service roads in the entire state. And our emergency management also does hundreds of calls over the course of a year, both between Lower Hinsdale and Lower Mineral County for just little things, but sometimes search and rescue as well. A lot of hunting that goes up in that area. So this has been a long time. We had a chance with the Colorado Broadband Fund. It's another one of the ongoing broadband funds. It's not one of the big ones that are coming right now, but Colorado has maintained for a while. We partnered with Visionary Communications to actually include this tower that had already been studied with Cindy when she was there to actually build it. And they were able to do it in half the cost of what the original assessment was, but build exactly the same tower. It's a 150-foot self-supporting tower that initially with the broadband fund, it's for broadband, but we built it and Cindy had it spec'd so that it could handle full sector cellular as well. So that takes a little longer to get going. So the tower got built and was activated last May, so a little over a year ago. There's already folks getting internet from it. And then we've been in talks with ComNet that can provide cellular services kind of beneath the level of AT&T and Verizon to all three of those major providers, AT&T, Verizon, and to T-Mobile. And they've got it as a signed project. We're hopeful that within perhaps the next 12 months or less, that we'll actually see some actual movement on that and get actual cellular up there, which is really probably its major benefit for just general communications, but as well as emergency communications. And then we'll also try to get some 800 megahertz. So we've been talking with our Mike LaRue, our sheriff, and Ryan Foster, our emergency management director, as far as getting 800 megahertz, the standard kind of emergency radio. And I think Senator or Representative Bobert's representative here also mentioned that there's some work that they're doing to try to facilitate that as well. So we're trying to bring everything in together, broadband, cellular, emergency communications, to an area of the state in our community really that has had very, very little communications infrastructure investment. And it seems to want the long press of, really trying to keep the goal in mind and working over many years and finding funding mechanisms is finally working. Any questions?
I wasn't even.
Questions?
Did you send it to Brittany?
Yeah.
Oh, admin. Okay.
Eric, from Hinsdale County's aspect, thank you so much for everything you're doing and for the whole region. Any other questions for Eric?
Steve Child from Pickett County. I really appreciate you doing the 800 megahertz. When we were doing projects, that was our first priority. This was a life safety issue, and our plow drivers would be tuned into that too, so they could communicate with the law enforcement officers and work on helping people who've been in accidents and whatnot in remote places. Now we have a similar situation where we're trying to do a tower. It's on Forest Service land, but it turns out to be in the wilderness area, and that's the hang up. We can't get in there to the tower in the one location that we need it to serve one whole part of a remote valley. So we're struggling with that. I don't know if we're able to solve that, but I'm glad you're making progress.
Sure.
Any other questions for anything online?
No.
Eric, thank you. I would like to give another thanks to Ally, to Matt, to Corey, and to Eric for the updates today in broadband. Also would like to once again thank our sponsors, our venue sponsor, Archuleta County, fund sponsor, Rocksall Consulting Group, Rocky Mountain Health Plans, reception sponsor this evening, Mary Jo and the Pagosa Spring Chamber of Commerce in Region 9, and my committee sponsor, Steve and Cindy Dozier. Thank you all. We'll get to healthcare here shortly. Thank you.
Okay, everybody, we're gonna take a quick 5-minute break and get back to the healthcare committee starting at 10:15. So if you could use the restrooms now, get your drinks, fill up your coffee, that would be great. If everyone could please take their seats, we are going to get started with the healthcare committee. So we are respectful to all of our presenters here today and to you and your time as well. So Steve and Angelina, go ahead. The floor is all yours.
Thank you, Brittany. Thanks to everybody for being here today. My name is Steve Reynolds, and I am the co-chair of the healthcare committee. And today we have the pleasure to join in person by my co-chair, Angelina Salazar.
Sorry, Steve. Excuse me, everybody. Could we please give some respect to our wonderful committee co-chairs up here at the front? If you are wanting to continue your conversations, we ask that you just take them out into the hallway if possible. Thank you so much.
Everyone left. So thanks for everybody for being here today. We do want to start by explaining kind of how the committee meetings run at Club 20. In accordance with our bylaws, we ask that only current Club 20 members participate and vote on matters of policy development. That if you are interested in becoming a Club 20 member, please either see our staff or Rayback, our membership director, and he will shame you into joining. Discussion is open to members and guests and is a critical part of our committee meetings. If you do have a question or when you're making a comment, always use a microphone so that we can have the minutes. When you do so, speak loudly so that everybody can hear you and make sure that you're talking right into the microphone. For those seated at the table in front of a tabletop microphone, do not turn on the microphone until either Angelina or I have acknowledged you. Turn your microphone on, and then once you're finished speaking, turn it on. For those in the back of the room, Club 20 staff will be walking around with the microphone for you to use. We will now ask folks who are joining us virtually to introduce ourselves, but I think actually Brittany's going to do that for us.
So joining us online, we have Caitlin Carey, Christian Reese with the University of Colorado System, Edie Sun with the Colorado Behavioral Healthcare Council, Janet Farmer from Mount Crested Butte, and our first speaker of the day today from Rocky Mountain Health Plan's Patrick Gordon.
So all of you guys on Zoom, please mute yourself. And if you do have questions to contribute while we're going, after we acknowledge you, please unmute yourself and then turn your microphone off again. Finally, we want to thank our sponsors, our lunch sponsors, our Roxel Consulting Group, and our first presenter today, Rocky Mountain Health Plans. Also, the reception sponsor for this afternoon is Pagosa Springs Chamber of Commerce and Region 9, and the venue sponsors is Archuleta County. And thank you to Archuleta County for this great venue and a great time in town last night. So that we are able to kind of stay on target, I'm going to have Angelina go ahead and present Patrick as our first presenter.
Thank you, Steve. Good morning, everyone. I'm honored to be able to introduce our panel of presenters today. We have a payer, we have an advocate, we have a provider, all with different perspectives, but all with the common denominator of ensuring that we have sustainable, accessible healthcare for our rural communities. And first off, we have Patrick Gordon, Chief Executive Officer for Rocky Mountain Health Plans in Colorado, a United Healthcare company. Many of you know Patrick. He's led reform efforts in the Colorado market for practice transformation, payment reform, and technology adoption to help make the healthcare system work better for everyone. Thank you so much, Patrick, for being here today, and you're up.
Yep. Hey, sorry I can't be with you guys in person today. I had team meetings or retreats up in Grand Junction, so I'm zooming in, but very much appreciate the opportunity to be here today and to share perspective and listen to thoughts regarding behavioral health in Colorado, and particularly the Western Slope. So I've got a PowerPoint. Can you guys, I'm trying to show it on my screen. Can you guys see my PowerPoint on the screen?
We're seeing it not in presentation mode.
Okay.
We are seeing your slide.
Okay, good. Now it's in presentation. I can't see you.
So we're still seeing the back end of it. So at the front or where it says display settings, you'll have to switch. Oh, no, that's mine.
Okay, I'm sorry. I need to make a switch. Sorry. Let me get out of this if I can. Okay, where is the, all right, display settings. Bear with me, everybody. No.
I can also share your slides. I have them pulled up as well.
Do you mind doing that? That's probably a better bet. So I'm going to stop sharing, and if you wouldn't mind sharing on that end, that would be better. And thank you. Again, while we're getting this teed up here, what I'm going to do is just kind of orient you to how various programs are currently organized by the state and in the community and at Rocky, what's coming up, and you know, what some of the opportunity, what the experience has been over the last 5 years or so, and what some of the opportunities are. But first, just to kind of, by way of introduction, if you go to the next slide, I wanted to just kind of introduce our behavioral health leader. That's Meg Taylor. She's our vice president. She couldn't be here today because she's supporting another meeting, but you know, many of the stakeholders across the Western Slope have worked with Meg and her team. And my point in sharing this is that we are available at any time to address any issue, particularly any challenge that a person is facing, a family, a provider, because you know, I think we all are working collectively to close gaps in the behavioral health system. but there are still significant gaps, and being in close communication and being available to respond and address problems as they arise is really important to our continued progress. So just wanted to call that out. You guys can also get a hold of me at any time for any reason. Steve Reynolds and I go way back. And so by all means, please ping me if we need to address any issues. Okay, next slide. All right. So who is Rocky? I mean, Rocky is many things. Rocky's been around for a long time, but we have a pretty substantial role to play at the present time, and very substantial accountability for behavioral health across the Western Slope. That primarily takes the form of in our role as a state contractor. We have contracts with multiple state agencies to support behavioral and social risk factor mitigation, as well as Medicaid. So I won't get lost in all the alphabet soup of the programs, but basically our accountability is to help administer and deliver these state programs in a way that promotes access to care and quality, and closes the gaps that many communities are experiencing. And inside of that, of course, we're focused on the general population. Rocky today still runs and operates a statewide behavioral health network, and that network is growing. We use that for all of the lines of business that we support. It's one network, but we focus on the very same things that many of the leaders in the room focus: substance use, issues with the child welfare system and programs, and coordination that we have to support older adults, people with disabilities, criminal justice involved populations, as well as serious mental illness. There are significant gaps today in all of those areas at the state level in terms of program integration, at the community level in terms of what provider resources and programs are actually built. Our goal is to build capacity, primarily provider capacity, for evidence-based programs in all of these domains. There is some great work already being done, but again, not enough. The demand, the need has not been met. And so these are our focus areas. Next slide, please. So who is Rocky? Again, health plan, United Healthcare enterprise participant, and state contractor. But you know, the role that we play in the community is really founded on some basic commitments that you know, I think for the most part have gone back with Rocky's role in Western Colorado, and certainly my commitment as CEO now. Whatever we do, we are going to exist to basically do lifting that smaller organizations sometimes struggle with, kind of functioning as a backbone resource in the community that enables our partners and providers, and of course, members that we serve to be successful. There are multiple examples of that, most recently in the LTSS, long-term supports and services space. But you know, we show up to support others in their leadership primarily, and to close gaps that we can address with financial or operational resources that other organizations can't, and to do that in partnership and take direction from local leadership. Our programs, and many of the programs we have touched on today, actually vary significantly from county to county, because we start first with the preferences and priorities of the county leaders, the county commissioners, the human service directors, the key hospitals and providers in the community. Of course, member feedback. We try to organize ourselves around communities, so that leads to a lot of variation. But our core commitments are to be transparent. This stuff is very complicated, And it's very easy for people's eyes to glaze over. Frankly, it's very easy for people to get confused or even misdirected about what the programs require or how they work. We'll be transparent about that. And we'll also be transparent about everything we do. So that includes owning problems when we are the cause of problems. If we have operational issues or if there's something that's our responsibility, we'll address it. We will share data, and we continue to share data openly and transparently as we possibly can, so that community-based organizations and providers themselves can do the analyses they need to do and be assured that the performance of our programs is grounded in reality. And then we're also inclusive. So there's tremendous diversity on the Western Slope. There are tremendous resources on the Western Slope that don't exist in metropolitan counties. And so our approach is to find ways, networks, programs, whatever it is, to include all of the resource that's available and make the best possible use of it. And that's a big part of what's driven the network expansion we pursued statewide over the last couple of years. Next slide. Medicaid is a big driver in behavioral health space. The Medicaid program model over really the last 5-10 years has sort of been an interesting one in that it takes a managed approach to the delivery of benefits, particularly the behavioral health benefit. Rocky Mountain and all of the other regional accountable entities in the state are at financial risk in administration of that benefit. But there are many other complements as well. A heavy focus on primary care and to building out capacity in primary care. I think that the program has been relatively successful, and we have been relatively successful in taking advantage of that opportunity. Again, very little can work in any space, especially behavioral health, if primary care is not strong and not working well. And this program has gone a long way to help support that. And then beyond that, there's this component of the program called the Health Neighborhood. And that's what's great about that is we have flexibility to use Medicaid dollars outside the strict requirements of the benefit. That means that we can make investments and build programs both with the flexibility that the state provides us. The money is not huge, but the flexibility is golden, and we can combine that flexibility, the state's commitment to build capacity with our own financial resources to create things that aren't there. And that's a big part of what we need to take on going forward. When you think of Medicaid, think of, at least today, think of 3 buckets: the behavioral health benefit itself and everything that we need to accomplish there, but these other critical supports in primary care and the health neighborhood. And again, there is financial and program development flexibility in both of those spaces that can help us close gaps. Next slide. All right, I won't spend too much time on this. This is the geography of the Medicaid program as organized right now. These lines will probably get redrawn and redrawn over the next couple of months. State is going out for procurement for the next phase of the program early next year. And so the statewide map will probably change significantly. We expect changes in the green region, which is pretty much the Club 20 footprint. I believe that for the most part, the Club 20 footprint will remain intact. Will be put up. It'll be a very competitive process, but there may be other communities around the state in which we get engaged. There may be other communities working together more closely for the first time, given the way the state will draw these maps. Next slide. Okay, so this is kind of consistent with and building on the last time I was out with the Health Policy Committee over a year ago. You guys will recall that Commissioner Conway and I did a presentation. But basically what these statistics show is that the good news is that over the last 5 years, we've been able to increase pretty significantly the number of providers participating in the program and also the number of people served. So these statistics are not just names of providers on a list. This growth over the last 5 years in access and utilization of outpatient services, which are critical. Inpatient services are critical as well. I'll touch on those. But you know, all in all, there has been pretty significant growth. That's a good starting point. It is far from sufficient. And so it's not enough just to have a growing number of providers participating in the program, expanding access and choice for people. It's also critical that we garner intelligence about that network, that we keep a close eye on the quality of care that's being delivered. And most importantly, we begin building capacity for those critical focus areas that I called out earlier, because, you know, across the state generally, there's a dearth of those resources, but it's particularly true in rural frontier communities on the Western Slope. But good news is that for the most part, we're making progress. This is just a similar view of the same slide. You know, our approach is to build as much as possible on resources that the community mental health centers make available. These are organizations like Access Health, Mind Springs Health, Eagle Valley Behavioral Health, and Summit Stone in Larimer County. You know, it's kind of hard to tell the story in a slide, but we've been fortunate to work with several of the centers on innovative payment models that give them the opportunity to grow, where they themselves are working to do that, and kind of, again, as a backbone organization, create the financing necessary to prime that pump while they build systems or new systems, like in Larimer County, like in Eagle Valley, like at Mind Springs, build systems like at Access Health. We've got a federally qualified health center going there as well. They need financial support to build new programs and capacity, sustainable capacity. And you know, we're here to do that as well as support the independent providers. Okay, next slide. I touched on social risk factors and social determinants. What's exciting again, from our perspective over the last 5 years, is that beginning with a federal innovation grant, we were able to engage hospitals, community mental health centers, independent providers, and primary care groups to begin the process of intentionally screening and collecting data regarding the social determinant drivers that have a profound impact on health outcomes and certainly behavioral health needs. Food, transportation, interpersonal violence, housing. This slide's a little bit dated. As of today, we have completed 175,000 screens for about 100,000 unique individuals across the Western Slope. And what that gives us and our provider partners is a powerful basis for developing programs and targeting priorities. And you can see from these slides, both housing and food jump to the top. It's very likely the case that the food insecurity is underreported, but in moving forward, we're not going to be successful in closing gaps with behavioral health or healthcare in general if we don't collect data and come up with an intentional regional strategy to remove disparities in these areas. The good news is that we've got a solid data approach for doing that. We've worked very successfully with Quality Health Network to collect this data and to support their community resource network program. I just met with Quality Health Network last night, and I said, you know, is provider screening dipping, or are we going backwards now that the federal grant has ended? And the answer is no, it's the same or growing. So we have a shared vision around this, and again, I want everyone at Club 20 to know that, you know, healthcare organizations like ours are very much a part of addressing these issues in community, and we have resources and data and flexibility to work collaboratively with community-based organizations to close these gaps. Next slide. The next several slides just basically detail with current data that we have about the correlation between unaddressed social determinants needs and health disparities and acute service utilization and cost in the system. And here you see that across these domains, housing, utilities, food, where people experience gaps or don't have the support they need, healthcare costs are significantly higher. Much of this utilization is preventable at a much lower cost if we just get organized. And so this slide tells us what we already know, but the point is that we can begin quantifying with data where the gaps are and where we need to prioritize our focus. Next slide. We are also collecting very robust demographic and other critical data like languages spoken. Again, this tells us what we basically already know. The difference is that this is granular data showing us where we need to calibrate our programs to ensure that we're promoting health equity in everything that we do, making sure that our programs are accessible because many people across the Western Slope do not have English as a primary language. And so again, collecting, integrating, and using the data allows us to target where resources and support are necessary. And that's exciting to us. Okay, I'm going to skip ahead a few slides. Can you just advance slowly? I'm not going to read these. This would be a leave behind for Club 20. But the point is that going back to health neighborhood reinvestment, these are dollars that basically, again, either are investments we can make in our role as a health plan, returning profit to the community, and likewise passing through funding. And we've been able to accomplish a lot. Both big scale programs and micro programs are both important. This summarizes what we did in 2022. About $17 million of total investment between our risk programs and our pass-through dollars. And the good thing about the program design, as I mentioned, is it as long as we continue to perform, we'll continue to be in a position to do that and to be a resource to leadership across the Western Slope as they worked on the same programs we're trying to develop. Okay, advance a little bit more. Okay, keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Okay, here's where I'm going to end. So behavioral health is a priority for Club 20. This is the second time in 2 years that I've come and spoken with you guys about behavioral health. It remains a huge statewide priority as well. Legislative action, there are probably 20 or 30 bills last session, 20 or 30 bills the prior session. That will likely continue. And there's also been a tremendous amount of state and federal financing that's been put in. But I think as some of you are aware, the state has attempted to improve the performance of its Medicaid, or should be both its Medicaid and its non-Medicaid behavioral health investments through the creation of a new organization called the Behavioral Health Administration. HCPF, the Medicaid agency, and the new Behavioral Health Administration will continue to run programs as they have, but the objective with this behavioral health program is to integrate the myriad substance abuse, child welfare, older adult, SMI, and related programs, the funding for which is scattered across many different agencies and streams into at least one sort of central clearinghouse that can drive a single strategy forward. And one of the elements of that strategy is to work with regional partners in a manner that is similar to how the state Medicaid agency works with regional partners. Rocky Mountain Health Plan currently contracts with the Behavioral Health Administration in a similar role, supporting crisis service delivery, high fidelity wraparound program for children and youth, and SUD treatment programs. But the point is that the creation of this new entity represents an important opportunity to make behavioral health work better, but it also represents a lot of complexity and a lot of risk. And so our goal will be to support the state in standing up these new programs and bridge whatever is going on with the state, good or bad, back to the community in a constructive way. It's been my experience that oftentimes it's a lot easier to integrate programs and leverage resources effectively when we work together on the ground than trying to get them to work together at the state or federal level. And so if this comes together well at the state level, great. If not, we will be here as best as we can in whatever role we have to try to close the gaps at the ground level. So I'm at time and I'm going to pause there. Steve, I talked the whole time, but this is complicated. I don't know if you'd like to do questions now or just follow up later.
Anybody have questions? Oh, what?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Patrick, for your presentation. Cindy Dozier, I sit on the executive committee of Club 20. I've asked this question probably many times in many settings, and it's involved with the social risk of social isolation.
Yes.
And where does social media, particularly in youth, fit into this? Because bullying is 24 hours a day now, and there are significant mental health, behavioral health impacts from social media. Where does that fit in what you're describing?
It's absolutely front and center. It's a crisis, frankly. Coming out of the pandemic, we are receiving reports primarily from school districts that they are overwhelmed. They're overwhelmed with kids coming back, having experienced trauma, having experienced exactly what you just shared around social media and bullying. And the resources in most school districts were not robust pre-pandemic. They certainly are not adequate at this point in time. And so investing in creating behavioral health access in school districts is something that's a priority for us. There are many school-based health centers we can build on around the region. I know that there are new programs moving forward, most recently in Mesa County. But the reality is that we need to build provider capacity and sustainable funding in schools. The other thing that we need to do is build youth peer programs. What's a peer program? Peer program is people with the same experience coming together to support each other. And there's tremendous evidence that peer programs work across the spectrum, including behavioral health and substance use. But there's not a tremendous amount of financial support for peer services in the state. Some of the payment models that the state uses mitigate against peer services. So we want to use the flexibility that we have to promote the development of peer groups, youth peer groups in particular. There are a few across the Western Slope that I'm tracking on. Project Butterfly is a good example in Grand Junction, but there are many others. And the point is that Boulder County has a similar initiative as well. That's not our region, but the idea is that you create safe spaces for kids and you create a culture with the students or the youth of support and inclusion as opposed to bullying and meanness. So we'll see how that goes. The big issue, again, like most of these other areas, is just building the provider capacity where kids and families can access services, and schools are a great place to focus. Primary care is another, so that we can try to counteract the spiraling crisis that we now see coming out of the pandemic.
Hi, thanks, Patrick. Liz Smith, Gunnison County Commissioner, and I also chair the Southwest Colorado Opioid Regional Council. And I'm just curious, for better or for worse, the settlement payments for opioids are structured somewhat separately. There's not, a structural alignment with the DHA and the BACA region. And I'm wondering if your organization has had any success collaborating with me at the opioid region? And not if you see any opportunities for how we might more productively collaborate, because as the chair, I've just found us to be somewhat siloed off, even though we have resources that are meant to be deployed for many of the shared goals that you explained, that you're describing. I mean, provider capacity is a huge issue in our community, both when it comes to cultural competency or just having providers generally. And so I'm just interested in how we might be able to more effectively work together.
Yeah, I mean, that's really important. You're correct. The Colorado AG's office is administering the opioid settlement, and it's a significant amount of funding. But those programs are just being developed. Our team, our leadership team is pretty directly engaged with the Colorado AG and the leadership structure there. But there's a tremendous amount of work to do to bridge the financing that is becoming available with the state program development back to actually impact in the community. So again, we are happy to serve as advocates. We're happy to help you again connect and make sure that process is transparent and collaborative. And so again, my perception is that it's just getting off the ground. There's a lot of kind of storming and forming in the program stand up, but we have made an effort to be as engaged as we possibly can, and likewise are happy to serve as advocates for program development or gaps that you're trying to close.
Thank you, Patrick. I'm good. We're gonna have time for one more question. Edie Song, you unmute yourself. There you go.
Thank you so much. Gosh, it's so good to be back with my Club 20 pals, Cindy and Michael. It's great to see you. I think I might have caught a glimpse of Ray Beck somewhere back there too.
Oh,
Patrick, hi. It's good to see you. Edie Sun with the Colorado Behavioral Healthcare Council, and wanted to try and connect a couple of dots from some of your early slides when you showed the number of encounters with the community mental health centers in Rockies region dropping, while the number of encounters with the independent providers going up significantly, 70 some, 80 some percent. And you were also saying that, the need is so great. And we need all available resources to address it. I guess what I'm curious about is if we're not being additive with the way we're bringing new providers into the system, and rather we're replacing encounters from one sector with those from another, how are we actually going to address that growing need? And in particular, you'd mentioned in one of your very first slides, an area of focus being individuals with substance use disorder, severe mental illness, criminal justice involvement. Those are the populations. Obviously, the community mental health centers really focus on independent providers, not so much. Can you just connect those dots?
Sure. Well, it is additive. I realize that the negative utilization trend shown in that slide is a concern. I'm very concerned about that. But the net is negative. And so one more than offsets the other. Why is that happening? I honestly don't know. I have some theories. I will also say that there have been individual mental health centers within our region that have actually grown significantly. So what you're seeing here is an average across the region, but it's not uniform in terms of the growth of outpatient programs and productivity. My sense is that the mental health centers in many cases have been through a period of significant change over the last 5 years, as you well know, Edie. And they also, in many cases, been through a period of significant growth. both Mine Springs and Summit Stone in Larimer County have stood up significant SUD capacity, and Mine Springs has stood up a hospital. Eagle Valley Behavioral Health, a new entrant, is in the process of doing similar things. And so that's another potential factor. Last but not least, my view is that the community mental health center reimbursement system, which is a cost-based legacy model, creates challenges and incentives for the centers that are hard to juggle. I mentioned peer services a few minutes ago. Community mental health centers have been some of the longest, loudest advocates for expansion of peer services over the years. But the reimbursement method that the state provides undervalues and underweights both the unit cost and the relative value weighting in that model. And so without reform, we have to close gaps. So that's what we're trying to do. Again, if you guys hear nothing else from me today, Rocky is going to continue to lean in hard to provide favorable, prospective, innovative payment models for mental health centers. We're going to continue to do our job to hold everybody in the system accountable. And we're going to do everything we can to help these organizations, which are not for profit, in some cases, very small organizations, some of which are going through change. So Access Health. Again, Access Health and the Center for Mental Health in Montrose came together as a single organization because this is a complicated business and you need scale in order to sustain that. So however we can support, we're going to continue. It's not an either or. And there's plenty of opportunity for reform at the state level that I think could improve mental health center reimbursement models and mental health center outcomes. And we'll be first in line to be advocates for those types of changes.
Patrick, thank you so much. We're going to go ahead and cut off this presentation because of the others we have. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for your sponsorship and your continued support of us at Club 20. And we will continue to have you participate as often as it makes sense. Thank you, Patrick.
Yep. Thanks, everybody. Have a good day.
Next, I'm going to have introduce Josh.
Thanks, Steve. Thanks, Patrick. So I'm proud to introduce you to Josh Ewing. He's the Vice President of Governmental Affairs for the Colorado Hospital Association and a partner of WHA. They've done a lot of work, especially the last few years, in helping our rural hospitals. So Josh, go ahead, take it from here.
Thanks, Angelina, and thank you all. It's good to be with you. I apologize if I wander away from the microphone. I can't sit still very long.
You can take it out if you want.
Oh, sweet. All right. I want to start by saying Patrick Gordon is a genius, and he was just scratching the surface of the knowledge that he has on this, and I worked with him for a long time, and I think there's a lot of opportunity that he highlighted and embedded in some of those slides that hopefully you'll get the chance to hear a little bit more about in the future. But I am Josh Ewing. I'm the Vice President of Government Affairs, as Angelina said, for the Colorado Hospital Association. So we are the statewide association representing Colorado's 105 hospitals and health systems. And I was asked to give a presentation today on the legislative environment here in Colorado, some of what happened this year and some of what we're anticipating going forward. I have a lot of slides in here. Hopefully they can, Club 20 can share those slides out with you all. I'm not going to spend a lot of time lecturing at you. My hope is that we can have a little bit of a dialogue at the end of this, because I as much want to hear from you as likely you want to hear from me. So I'm going to run through some of these really quick, but don't hesitate to ask questions or stop me if anything comes up. For our legislative session at CHA, we typically track about 15% of all bills introduced in the state legislature each year. These are our numbers from this year. We tracked 75 bills this year. That was actually one of our lower numbers, but it's that pass rate that is really important. And I'll come back to this in a couple minutes. But 67 of the 75 bills that we tracked passed this legislative session. Some of those we supported, some of those we introduced ourselves, many of which required a significant amount of work. And as we're thinking about the challenges that our healthcare system faces, particularly when it comes to the dichotomy that exists, or the divide that exists between kind of the Front Range and the rest of the state of Colorado, I think there's a lot of challenges that we're facing with our legislature, which is primarily based along the Front Range. And we spend a lot at CHA, we spend an inordinate amount of time educating about one-size-fits-all policy solutions that adversely impact so many of our hospitals and frankly, the entire healthcare system. Another theme I'll point out to you is that growing each session here in Colorado, and it was very apparent this session, is the rise in model legislation, or these kind of one-size-fits-all bills, not from the Denver metro area or the Front Range, but national model legislation that folks are trying to plug and play into Colorado. And I'll talk about a couple examples of what we saw in that space this year, and what the potential impact would have been on our healthcare system here in Colorado. We also spent a lot of time in the budget space. Again, you'll get the slides, you can read through these. We were really proud of the fact that we were able to secure a 3% across the board provider rate increase this year. Expenses are up about 10% across the board. It does not cover the cost, but the fact that we were able to get one of the largest single increases in recent history was a big win for us, and particularly for our rural hospitals and rural health clinics in Colorado. So I mentioned the model legislation again. I'm going to run through these pretty quickly, but one of the most high profile bills in the healthcare space that was introduced this year had to do with facility fees. And those of you who were engaged a little bit probably heard about this bill. Short version is this: the bill would have prohibited reimbursement for everyone but physicians in hospital settings. Would have been about a $9 billion impact to our healthcare system. And that means that nurses and social workers and techs and the person who checks you in at the front desk, the person who comes and cleans your room in the hospital after you leave, all of those people would no longer have been reimbursed for their services. Great idea in the surface from the proponents, and that they were trying to lower the cost of healthcare, goal that we all share. But they didn't understand the details. And this is the next theme that I'll point to, particularly when it comes to these model bills that are floating around, is that I share the goal that they're trying to achieve, but they didn't understand the basic fundamental kind of principles of how we reimburse in our healthcare system, and proposed this idea without any conversation, without any discussion with our hospitals, with our physicians, with our nurses, and the impact in rural Colorado would have been devastating. It would have killed our rural healthcare system, hard stop. And so we were successful in gutting that bill and getting it to mostly a study at this point, which hopefully we can influence how that looks and make sure that they're being very thoughtful about any policy solutions they're bringing back as a result of that process. But I think it's a troubling trend that I want you all to be aware of, and we're seeing more and more. And it's not limited to the healthcare space. This is something that we're seeing across sectors that employ many of your folks here in Western Colorado, and that are the lifebloods of your community. Another bill similar in this regard was the legislation around hospital community benefit. Short version is hospitals that have nonprofit status get a tax exemption in exchange for providing community benefit. Colorado nonprofit hospitals actually exceed the national average for the community benefit expenditures that they provide. This bill would have said, and this is a federal requirement, this would have added a state level requirement that said everything that counts as community benefit at the federal level under IRS standards no longer counts at the state level. Would have required another $500 million in investment, and would have resulted in significant and drastic, in some cases, cuts to access to care in Colorado. Well-intentioned policy, but again, the folks didn't understand the details. And this is where I'm going to ask for your help in the future, is we're going to need help educating not just our Western Slope legislators, but I'm gonna need you all to talk to some of my friends in Denver and Fort Collins as well, Boulder, and really talk about the implications to our healthcare system across the state. I'll skip these two, but kind of similar conversations where the bill was introduced, no stakeholder conversations, no input, and we were forced to gut these bills upon introduction because they would have had devastating impacts. This one in particular was interesting because I was able to get the bill withdrawn from the speaker's desk as it was about to be introduced. And when we started diving into the details they were asking for, turns out the State Department that was asking for this had 90% of the information. They just didn't know how to find it, and the massive amounts of reporting they've required of hospitals in recent years. And so we actually showed them how to find the data they were looking for, and walked their staff through our reporting to them so that they could better understand what they were already receiving. But all of this comes with significant cost. Every time one of these passes, hospitals, even our smallest critical access hospitals, are being forced to hire 1-2 new FTEs to comply with submitting Excel spreadsheets and getting on the phone with the State Department and negotiating different pieces. And so it's a challenge that we're trying to work through of how do we have more thoughtful conversations, particularly when we actually all have shared goals about increasing access, reducing the cost of healthcare, and making sure that we have a sustainable healthcare system going into the future. I'm going to skip some of these. All of these will be in the slides, but all massive impacts to not only hospitals and different healthcare employers as healthcare providers, but as employers as well, because all of this comes with an increased burden that's a lot of, if you're a small independent physician practice, you're doing your best just to see all your patients in a day. You don't have time to read the fine details in a 150-page guidance report coming from the Department of Healthcare Policy and Finance. So where I want to spend a good portion of our time is looking ahead. And I think one of our challenges at CHA is how are we elevating the voice of our colleagues on the Eastern Plains and the Valley, out on the Western Slope? How are we making sure that our legislators, particularly those from the Front Range, who are making the vast majority of our decisions? So our legislature has 100 seats between the House and Senate. 69 are now occupied by Democrats, the majority of whom are from the Front Range. And a lot of those folks, when you talk to them, they grew up in the metro area. They haven't been outside of the metro area. So one of the things my colleague Bridget, who's in the back, and I are trying to do this year is we're actually going to pile as many of those Democratic legislators from the metro area into my car, and we're taking them out to rural Colorado. And we're going to find ways to bridge that gap, because the decisions they're making today will have devastating consequences in the future if we're not careful. So I mentioned that, yeah, go ahead.
Do you need a driver?
I need a bus.
Let's work on it.
I need a bus. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we're going to start small, but I think as we've done certain things like this in the past, it's one of those things that can kind of snowball a little bit, and if we can build a foundation of success, we can build upon it and start working and building it into the future. But yes is the answer. And I don't want them to just be hearing from healthcare. That is my role. I represent our healthcare system, but I want to make sure that they're hearing from other business leaders. And in particular, in rural communities where the hospitals largely is often the largest employer, the industries that are in that region are dependent upon that source of healthcare services for their employees. And if it goes away, then they're not going to be able to keep their businesses in rural Colorado. So how do we start having those thoughtful conversations? Understanding, again, shared goals. So this is the last 5 years, last 5 legislative sessions here in Colorado since Governor Polis took office and Democrats took full control of the legislature. And this is not a partisan statement by any regard, but just as kind of a marker 5 years back, we've had 368 new laws that CHA has tracked in the healthcare space, either impacting healthcare or impacting us as employers. It's not to say all of those were bad. Some of those were our bills. But each one of those largely comes with some sort of implementation requirements, some sort of oftentimes administrative requirements that add costs and time and resources that are needed in order to work with those. That is a massive, massive amount of change in a short amount of time. And oh, by the way, we had a global pandemic in the middle of that. Our hospitals, our workforce were stretched to the limits. We're still dealing with the impacts of the pandemic, and we will be for the foreseeable future. And I'll talk about workforce in a minute, but we've lost about 20% of our healthcare workforce due to burnout, early retirements, et cetera. And a lot of those folks aren't coming back. And if we want to make sure, particularly, there larger health systems, larger hospitals along the Front Range, for instance, can weather some of those in a different way than if you are a 5-bed critical access hospital and you have a staff of 50, right? It's just that the economies of scale look much different. And we need to be really careful about how we're approaching those conversations. Financial conditions of our hospitals in Colorado are also struggling. We have over half of hospitals in Colorado do not operate with a sustainable operating margin and haven't for a very long time. The pandemic made it worse. The challenges have gotten greater, and one of our biggest challenges right now is the expenses are up across the board. Again, not unique to healthcare, but something that is squeezing on already thin margins, or for a number of our hospitals that operate in the red every single year. How do we keep them afloat to make sure that that community has access to healthcare? That those industries that are in that region have access for their employees and stay in rural Colorado. I actually just got these, so these are the end of 2022 numbers. I just got preliminary numbers from the first quarter of this year. And the trends have continued. And if it weren't for investment income, so the value of real estate, certain investments, hospitals, many more hospitals, including some of the larger, more profitable health systems, would be operating in the red. The only thing that is sustaining right now is the value of investments in a lot of cases. As you all know, the economy is cyclical. There's still talk of a potential recession. We have a lot of uncertainty in that regard. And most of that's driven by the increase in expenses, which are somewhere between 10 and 25%, depending on the category of services you look at. I mentioned workforce. There's a few pieces in the workforce category. Not only are we dealing with the burnout and the challenges coming out of the pandemic, but our healthcare workers have seen an exponential increase in the violence and threats that they are experiencing. Something that will be our top legislative priority in 2024 at CHA is how do we protect our healthcare workers? How do we ensure that the folks who are trying to take care of us, we're taking care of them? I can't remember when I started a little bit late. I can't remember, but I want to be respectful of time. So I want to get to the discussion portion. When we're looking ahead, I mentioned violence against healthcare workers. We're also going to be looking at additional funding for retainment and recruitment of our healthcare workforce, fully funding a rural training track program that we helped pass a couple of years ago, that expanded on a program that was exclusive to physicians and expanded it to all healthcare workers wanting to practice in rural areas. And then we're looking at a broad category of regulatory relief. So of those 300 plus bills and the administrative requirements, the additional costs that come with them, are they meeting their objectives? And there are opportunities to streamline, scale back, and find ways to support our healthcare system going forward. We've got lots of potential influencing factors, including next year's a presidential election year, so the politics get wonky. And then particularly in our state house here in Colorado, there's a bit of a divide among the majority party right now between the progressives and frankly, a lot of my Democratic friends would consider themselves progressives, but are now the more institutional Democrats. But there's a little bit of a fight for power of who's going to come out on top, and those intra-party dynamics are really going to be interesting to watch, especially with the dynamics with Governor Polis as well. Here's our road ahead. We've got some key dates coming up. Our next quarterly economic forecast is on September 20. The governor submits his annual budget on November 1st. And then we dive in on January 10th, only 181 days, but who's counting away? And so it's coming fast and furious. And it's why we are, my colleague Bridget and I are out on the road. It's why we're trying to visit every corner of the state over the next couple of months. And that's where I go into the discussion portion. In addition to telling you a little bit about what's going on, I also want to hear from you. What are the pain points? What are you hearing? What's top of mind for you in the healthcare space as we head into this? Because we're not the only ones that can carry the voice, but we pride ourselves on the fact that we work really closely with folks from across the state of Colorado, not just the Front Range. And it is incumbent upon us to use our bully pulpit as a large statewide association to make sure that we're representing the voices of everyone under the Gold Dome and Denver. So I'm happy to answer questions about anything that I talked about or otherwise. I also, if you just have comments or things that you'd like to talk about in the healthcare space that you'd like to see the folks in Denver talking about next year, I'd love to hear from you.
Have about 5 minutes. Okay, Cindy.
Thank you so much for being here with us today and for your remarks. What we're consistently hearing is that capacity is an issue across all the boundaries. What is the state of Colorado doing to increase capacity, incentivize folks to come here and work in the industry, and retain the ones that maybe they have right now and get back the ones that maybe they lost if there's a possibility there?
Great question. And we haven't done enough, but we at CHA led a coalition in 2022 to pass Senate Bill 226, which invested $61 million in the healthcare workforce. It included money for pipeline programs. Takes about 10 years to get a pipeline program off of the ground, long-term solution. So then the focus was on how do we retain the folks we have today so that we're not we called it stopping the bleed, to use a medical term, right? So we included money to recruit some folks who had recently left the field to come back and incentivize them potentially to be teachers, to help grow the slots of and the capacity of our ability to grow new workers today. There were other provisions within that around mental health supports for our healthcare workforce, finding ways to support them. $61 million is a drop in the bucket. Colorado hospitals at the same time invested over $1 billion into workforce recruitment and retention efforts. And that's not enough. So Bridget, my colleague, is leading that, has brought that coalition back together in partnership with the governor's office. We're looking at 1, 2, and 3 year opportunities to focus exactly on what you said, and it still won't be enough.
I'm Elizabeth. I'm a county commissioner. We happen to have a county-owned critical access hospital in our community. What we've been seeing is, I feel like all things housing. We have a big expansion of the traveling medical workforce in our community, and a lot of difficulty in recruiting people locally because of our housing issues. I'm wondering if those conversations are yielding anything when we talk about pipelines, et cetera. I'd like to see, for example, how we can mobilize or leverage our local state university, to create pipelines where people might get trained where they already have housing.
Thanks, Liz. And Jason and I have had this conversation as well. Yes is the answer. And childcare, housing and childcare are the two things that come up the most when it comes to particularly recruiting folks from out of state. Colorado has some of the highest housing and childcare rates in the country. So it's absolutely part of the conversation. We've looked at a number of different ways, including tax credits or other ways that, because when we talk with our hospital leaders, they absolutely are willing to invest in housing for their workforce. Some of them have financial resources to do it, others don't. But are there ways to partner with local industries, local chambers, local governments, et cetera, to do that? We don't, I'll tell you, we haven't cracked that nut yet, but it's absolutely part of those conversations. And it's not just housing, it's also childcare.
Time for one more. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Richard Chimino from Grand County. Thank you, John, for spending time with Club 20. We really appreciate it. I think we're in a tough place in Club 20 because our membership is probably about 100% small rural hospitals that aren't part of the problem, but absolutely need help from the hospital systems they're a part of, or the government owned, or special district owned hospitals. But statewide, the Colorado Hospital Association, your association, you're representing a membership, and that's understandable. And the average cost providers in Colorado, there's certain metrics out there, and I think the most useful is percent of Medicare. Hospitals and doctors claim over and over that Medicare doesn't cover their costs. You guys are a medical community that's just built on studies and peer-reviewed studies. And you probably know as far as that, John, that Medicare has never been shown in a peer-reviewed study to not cover costs. That claim is patently false. And I just wonder, with the membership you have, it's a bit of a pointed question. I look forward to cooperating with you and CHA and Catherine in reducing the bureaucratic burden of the 300+ laws that have come in place in the last 5 years. I would jump in enthusiastically with you on that. But what percent of your membership is a for-profit hospital system as opposed to a religious-based nonprofit?
Thanks, Richard, for the questions. The vast majority of hospitals in Colorado are either critical access, government, county or special district or nonprofit. I think it's less than 15% are for-profit entities. It's probably closer to 10. And you mentioned the reimbursement rates. It's a big part of the conversation. So Medicaid pays about 75 cents on the dollar here and for every dollar of cost. It's in a state report every year published. The state puts that number out. Medicare pays about 75 cents on the dollar. That's from a state report.
You gave the same number for both Medicaid and Medicare.
It's about the same right now.
But the note that the amounts vastly different. How could it be the same rate of costs? Is Medicaid cost to provide much lower? I'm sorry, just give the same number. I know that
the cost
Medicaid actuals and Medicare actuals are really different. This is why I jumped in there, sir.
Well, the costs, your fixed costs to deliver care, the cost of your workforce, cost of your electric bill, your costs are largely fixed. So all of that goes into how your costs are determined. That cost number is determined by what's called a Medicare cost report. It's an annually audited document that goes to the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. And it's why, particularly over the last 10 years or so, we've seen private insurance rates going up in the state. So when you even out across the public payers that pay below cost and the increasing rate on the private side, last year it was, I think, something called the payments cost ratio was $1.05. So for every dollar in services provided, hospitals were reimbursed about $1.05. And that's how we reinvest in our workforce, buy new equipment. A sustainable margin is considered 4%, but that's the base. Like that's the best you can do. you can't lose money and continue to invest in your workforce or buy new equipment or keep the facilities up to grade. That's why many of our rural hospitals are struggling because they've been in the red for so many years because they're dependent upon Medicare and Medicaid. So I think our challenges in the cost category absolutely have to include those. And it's why we're trying to shift the conversation not away from these model bills that are being brought to us from folks in New York and DC, but looking at what we need to do here in Colorado to make our healthcare system sustainable and refocus, I'll tell you, back on health, because we've lost focus on the single largest thing we can do to drive down costs in our healthcare system, which is to make people healthier.
Josh, I need to catch out here.
That's fine. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'll be around for a little bit if you want.
Thank you for being here, and Voices of Rural Colorado, Club 20, Pro 15, and Action 22 would be at the Capitol down in Denver with the legislators of all the rural folks. It might be easier than taking the car ride.
I'll do both.
Do both. All right, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Josh. Well, I'm excited to introduce our next presenter, which is Jeff Meganhausen. He's the Chief Executive Officer at Montrose Regional Health, also a board member at Western Healthcare Alliance. And I just want to address that last question that you had asked, because I think rural hospitals are in a unique position probably because of our lack of resources and how we're reimbursed. WHA is a prime example of how we collaborate together. We work together where our urban counterparts don't do as much. And Jeff is an absolute example of a collaborative, spirited CEO. He's going to talk today about Jeff. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for having me. I'm Jeff Meganhausen, CEO of Montrose Regional Health. I've been here coming up on 2 years. Originally from South Dakota, huge metropolitan area of South Dakota, about a town of 1,000. So understand rural, get rural, love rural, but lived on both coasts through the military as well. So Montrose Regional Health, just to give everybody a quick reference, is a 75-bed hospital here in Montrose. Montrose is about 22,000, catchment area about 100,000. Secondary service area would be Gunnison and Delta. We partner really well with, and then Telluride is in our service area as well. And we have an ICU, we have emergency room visits, about 22,000 and growing about 8% every year. And then we're just going through huge substantial growth right now. And I want to touch on Josh. I mean, he presents so well and he does such a great job advocating for the hospitals. And I think everybody in the entire country and state of Colorado is dealing with workforce. And so how are you we have tried everything. Just as an active CEO running operations, we offer a $15,000 signing bonus. And we have people that like, no, I don't, and it requires like a 2-year commitment. No, I don't want to accept that. I don't want to guarantee for 2 years, or no, I quit after 6 months, but I never cashed the check, so here it's back. Or yeah, no, I'm going to leave, but I don't want to pay back that money, and then I have to go to collections. What if we offered a $30,000 signing bonus? No, Jeff, I don't think that's going to work. So what we've been focusing on, where we've been seeing the most success on workforce, is really culture, right? Is retaining what you have, especially after COVID. Everybody's burnt out, everybody's just tired, kind of angry, and you're trying to this new norm of labor and inflation, just as everybody is. I mean, with our lower level caregivers, they can go work, like, do you want to be a CNA working the floor, doing all that, or dietary, when I can go work at Walmart for $20 an hour and not really do anything. We check ourselves out now. I mean, what do you do at Walmart? So I mean, it's definitely difficult in the workforce, but we're really focusing on culture and new grads to bring them in and train them and get them up to speed quickly is the big challenge. And housing is definitely an issue for us, and childcare is definitely an issue. Looking at the payer denials and talking about just the changes in healthcare is is what is one of our biggest things that we're struggling with right now is actually the insurance companies and the third party payers. And I describe healthcare as almost a big game and how well you can play the game. And we have to, yes, we're a nonprofit entity, but you almost have to take the approach of a for-profit to continue to drive and be successful. How I approach healthcare in rural healthcare, which is so different from urban healthcare, and Josh was describing that, and especially for legislators, rural healthcare is so different, right? And we're a little bit larger than Gunnison and Pagosa and other smaller critical access hospitals. I was in a small critical access hospital before I came here as well, so I get it. And so you have to make every dollar matter. And when you look at the insurance companies, and I have community members insurance, health insurance or healthcare is getting too expensive. My premiums keep going up, my out-of-pocket expense keep going up. My job's only offering this for health insurance and they're only offering this for health insurance. Well, you're describing all the health insurance pieces. You're not describing what the actual hospital is charging and what we get reimbursed. We get 30 cents to maybe 35 cents on the dollar from insurance companies from what we charge. And so to kind of help community members, but the insurance companies are so good at blaming the hospitals. Hospitals' prices continue to go up, and that's why we have to increase. But yet our margins are barely scraping by when the insurance companies, which are nonprofit, are raking in over billions of dollars on their percentage of profit margins. And where does that go? That's the big gripe I have too. And so if your car insurance go up, are you yelling at your local car dealer like, hey, my insurance is going up, you guys got to fix this? And so it's a collaborative effort. And as you look at legislation, such a huge piece into that. And Colorado is definitely, as you heard from Josh, taking different steps to approach that single payer system. I don't think is the right answer. You got federally qualified community health centers that like Access Health and Durango and Montrose and River Valley here that are the safety net providers and are supported by the federal government. So when you look at even the public option is coming down and driving down those costs and putting it on the hospital and putting it on the insurance company, and the hospital is okay. We said, okay, you know what, we'll take a 20% decrease on our reimbursement. And the insurance company, what are you going to do? Oh, we'll get it in there. And I had a conversation with an insurance company saying, okay, we'll take even a bigger cut, but can you guarantee me that my community members in my main service area will actually see a decrease in premiums from you guys? Why? We can't agree to that. Then why would I decrease my premiums that I get paid to help my community when you can't guarantee that you're going to lower the price for the community? All it's doing is giving you better revenue for them. And so as you look at just the whole legislation this year that Josh was touching on was the facility fee. That would have gutted our hospital, would have cut $97 million out of revenue. It's not the right approach. There's different approaches that we can take. And I agree, healthcare is getting too expensive. I think one of the biggest things is the insurance companies, and they're really good. They have great lobbyists. And so one thing that has increased for us is we can't get paid. And so when you look across the nation, there's over 600 hospitals across the nation that are either going to close or file bankruptcy. Right? I think I saw like 6 in the last probably 6 months. One in California, another one in Ohio. I mean, they are going, and there's other hospitals here. Now imagine that you are a small business owner, even a simple hardware store that I'm going to go buy a hammer. And I say, okay, you know what? I'm going to take this, but then I'll get you the money. And it takes a year to get the money that I wanted for this hammer. Right. And so when people need a surgery or need imaging or something like that, they need to get pre-authorization approval from the insurance company to get that procedure. No, by the way, it may take up to 10, 15, 20 days, and now it's delaying care, and now the doctors are going to have to argue. And we are seeing now with the insurance companies that they are automatically denying that, that request. So then we have to go back and ask for a first, we have to go back, ask for a second approval. Okay, then fine, you know what, we'll approve that MRI. Yep, we agree, it's medical necessity. We do the MRI. A month later, when we send them, the insurance company, the bill for the patient, they come back, say, you know what, we changed our mind, we're not going to pay for that MRI. Yeah, we don't feel it's a medical necessity. And so now for the next 3-6 months to a year, we're fighting with the insurance company, just trying to get paid for what they agreed upon to do for us. When I first got here, I went downstairs in our patient financial services, and I was just saying hi, and I saw these things on this wall, on this cubicle wall. There was a piece of paper, had, you know, paid, had a big red circle around it. And I'm like, what are those? And it was actually one of the caregivers from patient financial services said, oh, that's a $57,000 bill that has taken us a year and a half to get paid. And there was like probably 15 on the wall, and it's a trophy wall. That's what I equate it to, is, you know, a hunting trophy that we finally got paid, and they just stick a knife in it like, yes, we got paid. And we have caregivers fighting to help get the hospital paid for the services rendered by the physicians and everything. And that's what we're fighting. In the insurance companies, yes, they're a nonprofit, but they also hire for-profit entities to do all their pre-authorization. And so they get paid on an incentive on the more denials that they can do and the less they pay out. And so part of the process that we're doing to be successful, revenue cycle, you hear it from hospitals, revenue cycles will either make or break hospitals. You have to have it so tight right now. And so it goes through a whole process from billers to nurses, and then it goes to denials, and then we want a physician to physician peer review. So we happen to have our chief medical officer, who is orthopedic surgeon, had to give up surgery, but we brought her in as the chief medical officer. She'll get on the phone with another physician and say, actually right here in the note says that's why the CT needs to get paid. She has brought in hundreds of thousands of dollars because she's a doctor running through the notes, showing it's medically necessity, to the point that she has had, I think she's up to 4 job offers from insurance companies wanting to hire her to do the opposite, to fight against the hospitals. Thank God she has beautiful integrity and is passionate about healthcare and advocating for our patients and for the hospital. And so looking at what we did for denials, we get 450 denials from insurance every single month, equating to last year $154 million. So what another piece, the insurance companies, you're going to see this start to happen in rural communities, is if there's an ambulatory care center or a surgery center, say in Pagosa, right? You have Animas Surgical Hospital down the road. The insurance company is going to say, you know what, it's too expensive to have that surgery at Pagosa Springs because it's in the hospital. We're going to make you drive to Animas Hospital, where we actually have a better rate, and you can have your surgery there. And so what they're going to do is they're going to start pushing your own residents to drive to a neighboring community or an urban center that has an infusion center, imaging center, or surgery center. I saw this in Minnesota right before I left. My hospital was within 27 miles of the Mayo infusion center, and they started pushing them. To the point it got so bad that Minnesota actually put in legislation to hold the reins and control of the insurance company, saying you have to do within 10 days, maximum 10 days, so you don't delay care, and has to be a doctor to doctor. And you can't go back and say, never mind, we're not going to approve that, we're not going to pay you. I mean, it got so bad in Minnesota, legislators actually pushed to have this law in place. And I've actually given that to CHA, and something that I'm kind of passionate to try to drive to hold them accountable. And Minnesota's, same thing as Colorado, where Minneapolis is very blue, everything else is very red in rural areas. And so it is very bipartisan. Also, what we're doing is we're building an ambulatory care center with outpatient or an imaging center, surgery center, moving stuff off the hospital campus because it's cheaper, right? And everything's moving to outpatient. You no longer stay in the hospital. Hospital is a big hotel and it costs about $2,500 a night to stay at my hotel. And so to keep them off of that is the key. Another big thing, I know I'm running out of time, is AI is coming into it. So now insurance companies are implementing AI and scanning the note. If it doesn't have this word, boom, denied. And then so now we're implementing AI to do the same thing to make sure it's in the note. And now we have AI talking to AI. So it's just fascinating to see where we're going in the healthcare industry. One thing I would ask for you guys is speak to legislators and do exactly what Josh trying to focus on those urban legislators, understanding what that is. And collaboration is huge amongst rural hospitals, and I'm a huge advocate. Angelina's absolutely right, is we can partner together as rural hospitals, we do, but yet stay fiercely independent, right? And so, but we can partner and make things better for our communities. So that's kind of my little spiel. I have time for questions. I know you got to adjourn here in a little bit too.
Any questions? Go ahead.
Look first to make sure there's no other questions. I've had my fair share of questions this morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Jeff. My apologies to Josh earlier. I called him John. I wrote his name down. I see you, Jay. Jeff, thanks for talking with us. I mean, I really think that's kind of like it's just there is three parties at play here. There's providers, i.e. hospitals and doctors. There's carriers, i.e. insurance companies, and then there's patients. And some patients have a voice. If you're a large organization, a self-insured organization, you may have a voice in negotiating rates or whatnot. But for individual citizens, for the citizens of our counties that don't have large insurers or large employers or their policies in the individual marketplace, they don't have a voice. They don't have the high quality lobbyists like Josh and the health system savviness of yourself, Jeff. They have no voice. And so, you got some numbers that I have witnessed the carriers, i.e. insurance companies, not paying. I think the worst culprit of that was the for-profit insurance company of Bright. They went bankrupt. Friday is basically going to control the DOI now. And I think they're also a for-profit insurance company. Some of the other insurance companies are nonprofit, like you mentioned. But you kind of said some things. I'm going to be just a bit critical, but I do appreciate you being time here. And I think, I'm all for being critical and really engaging on hospitals. But I don't mean to do it in rural hospitals. Rural hospitals are an exception, and they're needed throughout the country, and they don't have the population base that the urban hospitals have. So thank you for the Montrose Hospital. Thank you, Jeff, for your time. I think this is mental for all of you. You said some things. You said when they finally do pay the insurance companies, you frequently experienced a 30% of charges. And yeah, the practice is loathsome. I wish they paid right away. I wish they paid in appropriate amounts. And maybe if we negotiated some rate sheets that are more in line between the 60 to 80% of what the hospitals want to charge, you might see a 60% payment instead of 30%. So what was the charge? What we're experiencing as a county with about 250 people with the prison system is we've had prisoners that have to be sent to a hospital for treatment. And we got a bill recently that was $700,000. The Medicare rate was under 100 for that procedure. Once our lawyers got involved, that hospital, not your hospital, sir, somewhere else, I'm not attacking Jeff or the Montrose Hospital, but they rapidly paid the Medicare rate for that procedure and said the 700% higher charge than Medicare. And I heard you describe a $57,000 bill on your wall and 15 or 20 of those that you guys want to get paid, and you should get paid for those procedures. But that sounds like an awfully large number. And I bet you can't answer this, Jeff. I'm going to ask you the question anyway. I understand you can answer. Does your hospital have an average percent of Medicare that you charge for your services?
We do. We regulate that. I don't know off the top of my head. One thing that we've done, instead of just a flat increase, we go by pay if we're high in one, we'll actually take a decrease and then increase on others, so we don't just do it across the board. We've also implemented cash pricing as well to help look at those different pieces who are paying, or with the governmental. The issue that it's gotten so far out of whack is because of the insurance companies moving that. Now, as we start moving to like Christian, there's a Christian society that is a cash pay insurance company. It's a newer one out there. And so how do you address that, but yet still manage the for-profit? Yeah, because it's getting, I agree, it's getting farther and farther out of whack, even if you, as the years go along. And that's where payment reform at a legislative level, totally support. I sat through other CEOs, and that was actually one of our long, kind of 3 to 5 years is payment reform. And we're totally for that. And so is CHA. We're doing it the right way to bring those margins back in line, so you don't get that $700,000 bill.
Jeff, do you have time for one more?
Oh yeah, I got time.
Okay. I don't think we have any. Oh, wait. Go ahead.
Hey, Jeff, I work for a community organization here in Archuleta County. Yes. Okay. And we here are looking at primary and preventive care in our community and how community members are getting access. And I was just curious, from your hospital, how are you addressing uninsured community members accessing primary care? Because that's a large issue here, where about 16% of our population does not have health insurance.
Yep, and so we participate on the sliding fee scale. So we're lucky enough to have River Valley Health and now Access Health, which is a federally qualified community health center, and they receive federal funding to provide the sliding fee based on your family size and income. You could pay $20, $30, get all the same thing you need for that. If you're struggling with community, I am sure you can have access points for that. For us, we actually match the sliding fee scale with River Valley as a partner. So they can still receive care. Do we still see a ton of Medicaid and uninsured in the emergency room as that's their primary care? Yes. And do we write it off? Yes. Do we show it as community benefit? We show it as what we're doing to support our community as well. I mean, we are there for everybody. And so one thing, if you got to be careful, is private equity firms jumping into healthcare, which don't accept that and just trying to skim off the top of communities. I have one here, QHR, that's looking at coming in and doing the same thing here in Montrose. So, but yeah, that's what we do for uninsured. Is they have that, plus we have one of our private practice primary care group that we partner with. They have a special contract with Medicaid to get a little bit better reimbursement, but it's their medical home, and so they receive everything there, and then you pay for that medical home as well.
Any final questions? Funny how when we get hungry, it's lunchtime here. So when the food is starting to get set up, it's get ready to get out on time. If we don't have any final questions, we want to thank Jeff for coming and presenting to us today and giving us some great presentation. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you guys for having me.
We hope you'll continue to participate with our healthcare committee, as your perspective is really helpful for us to bring a good conversation to all these subjects. Oh, yes.
Not a question for Jeff, but it's basically to bring some attention to this issue. As a social determinant of health, food insecurity is a major concern in our community and a number of communities in Colorado. And I would really like Club 20 to consider that. If there is conversations in the past, if there has been policy, but it is definitely tied to health outcomes. So perhaps it could be something that you all could consider as you move forward. There is really a growing number of our community members who are relying on food pantries across Colorado and in our community. And the percentage of poverty, some of these communities have not necessarily seen people that have come to food pantries. But now with the cost of housing, transportation, childcare, the only relief and respite that they're getting are at these food pantries. And there is not a lot of funding to support these food pantries to purchase the food. And we know pay now, pay later. So their access to quality, healthy food is important for community members. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. And thank you for the work that you do on policy for our region.
Well, to answer your question, Angelina and I were just sitting here talking about things we're gonna try to get on the next agenda or two, and that happened to be specifically one of them. And we've been watching this since QHN brought it on. They got a grant 5 years ago or so. And we had them come and we do watch that. We've been following it. But we were literally just talking about the fact it's been about 4 or 5 years since we had a presentation on it. And it's a very critical part of the conversation. Thank you, though. Any other comments before we head off to lunch? Brittany, are we getting close?
Yes, we're getting close, but I'm going to take this opportunity while we're just waiting for that to be finished to thank our venue sponsor one more time, Archuleta County. Thank you to Archuleta County for giving us this beautiful venue today. We also have 2 lunch sponsors that are helping us provide you guys the lunch today and tomorrow. Roxall Consulting Group, I believe he's in the back over there giving away. So thank you to you guys for that. And then Rocky Mountain Health Plans, I don't believe Patrick Gordon is on the line anymore, but a big round of applause for them one more time before we get our food. Annabelle, how are you looking? Well, we are on an official lunch break. Once things look like it's completely set up, I will go ahead and make an announcement. You guys can go ahead and start grabbing some drinks if you would like, finding a seat up here so that you don't have to hold your plates. Go ahead. Okay, folks, we're gonna go ahead and get started. So if you could please make your way back to your seats. I'm gonna invite Miss Mary Jo, the Executive Director of the Pagosa Springs Chamber of Commerce, up to talk about our fun evening activities that we have planned today. Miss Mary Jo, take it away.
Hey, everybody, welcome again to Pagosa Springs. We hope that you are getting a lot out of these meetings. We hope that we're making it worth your while to have traveled here. So we have a lovely reception planned for you this evening. For those that were here before, we have a very special site in our community. It's called the Geothermal Greenhouse Partnership. And we have 3 large growing domes right in one of our parks here in the city, in town. It's right along the river. I have directions and I printed them. So hopefully they are from the downtown area as well as if you're staying on the west side. The reception's going to start at 4. So I know some of you need to travel and whatnot, but hopefully it's early enough so that if you do need to hit the road, you can come to the reception first and then maybe hit the road later. But we hope that you don't do that because Rayback with transportation and myself with tourism have 2 great subcommittee meetings planned for you tomorrow. And with that in mind, one of my guest speakers for tomorrow, one of the owners of Esoterra Cider, which is a historical orchard, will be here to talk about agritourism. And they're going to have some product there tonight. So lots of great ciders available. We'll have food. And it's in a beautiful location, and the growing domes will be open for viewing as well. So you can go in and see all the great things that are happening. It's really a stunning location across from the Springs Resort. So if you have any questions, it is right in the center of town. Just if anybody's been to Root House Coffee, it's just down from there along the Riverwalk. So for those of you who are staying in town at maybe the Springs or any of the hot springs facilities, literally you can just walk there and it's a beautiful walk. So I have directions, and if anybody has any questions, please feel free to ask me. Thanks. We'll see you at 4.
So not only is Archuleta County just a beautiful place to be hosting our meetings, but we have seen great support from the community, from the county, from Pagosa Springs, the Chamber of Commerce, and Region 9. So I just want to give a big thank you to our venue sponsor, Archuleta County, and then this evening's reception sponsors are Pagosa Springs Chamber of Commerce, Miss Mary Jo, and Region 9. So let's go ahead and give them a round of applause. Hold on, Ray. I'm gonna do one more thing. Oh, hold on.
Okay, before we get started here, and we'll work on a couple things, Mr. Ray Beck would like to make a quick announcement before we get to the reception.
Okay, thank you, Matt. Appreciate it. Appreciate the opportunity. As membership chair, I wanted to throw out an opportunity for anybody in this room or any existing member that knows somebody that was here or is going to be here this afternoon. 50% off on an individual membership. An individual membership is $100 for 1 year. So we're offering a new membership, $50 off for 1 year. So if there's anybody that is interested, or if there's anybody in this room that knows somebody that you think ought to be a member, have them contact me today before the day's over. I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
And then one more thing before I hand it back over to Mr. Matt. Let's go ahead and thank our lunch sponsors one more time. Our wonderful caterers are back there. They were serving us. He's given us a nice wave, so let's thank them, of course, first. And of course, lunch wouldn't have been possible if not for Roxall Consulting Group or for Rocky Mountain Health Plan. So one last round of applause, and then I promise you can rest your hands. Okay, now Matt, it's yours.
Thank you.
Oh, just wait. Just kidding.
All right. I deserve that. Every bit of that.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Club 20 Policy Committee meetings held here in Archuleta County. In accordance with our bylaws, we ask that only current Club 20 members participate and vote on matters of policy development. If you're interested in becoming a Club 20 member, and if 50% off doesn't help with that, please see a member of our staff and we'll give you some more information. Discussion is open to matters and guests and is a critical part of our committee meetings. When asking a question or making a comment, please use a microphone and speak loudly so everybody can hear you. For those seated in the front of the tabletop microphone, please do not turn on your microphone until the committee chair has acknowledged you, and then turn off your microphone once you are finished speaking. For those in the back of the room, Club 20 staff will be walking around with a microphone for you to use. We will now ask the folks who are joining us virtually to please introduce yourselves. We have people on that we need to reintroduce. Any new people?
We do not, but there might be, is there anybody new in the room? No? Okay.
That's the next line. We will ask everyone in the room to introduce themselves if anybody new has come in. And lastly, we'd like to thank our sponsors. Thanks for lunch. It was awesome. I ate way too much, so I apologize if I can't speak well. Rock Solid Consulting Group and Rocky Mountain Health Plans, thank you. Ghost Springs Chamber of Commerce and Region 9, thank you for being the reception sponsor. And Archuleta County, thank you for letting us use your county facilities. They are awesome. We appreciate it. We'll see how we compare next week up at my home county. So with our committee meeting, we're going to go ahead and start. And I would like to, there's a little change on the agenda. We had a general education overview from Katie Antes, who was the former director of the Colorado Department of Education. She had her last day on Tuesday, so she's on a hiatus. She called and we talked, and she said this would have been an awesome time to come and speak and not have to worry about what she said because she could have her own opinion. So with that, I would like to introduce Colorado Association of School Boards. He's an all-around guy, Matt Cook. He's been with us before. But Mr. Matt Cook, if you could introduce yourself. I've got a friend in the room that you probably haven't seen for a couple of days too, though, I want to introduce, make sure you know he's here.
Sure. Good afternoon, everybody. Matt Cook, Colorado Association of School Boards. I'm the Director of Public Policy and Advocacy for the School Board Association. We represent 177 of the 178 school districts across the state.
So Mr. Paul Wright from Telluride happens to be in the room, Matt, and I want to embarrass. I asked him to sit up here and co-chair with me. He said he'd add. But an educational overview. We were just curious for this last legislative session, what percentage of bills that went through there were education bills, education related bills?
So there were approximately 80 bills that CASB tracked. And I think they finished close to 600 or just over a little bit. So about 1 out of 6.
So 1 out of 6, were there any topics that went across that were, I mean, was there anything that was specific that got done, or were there some really weird ones, different ones?
Yeah, you know, for this year, Matt, and thank you for the time to talk to folks today. I would say that this legislative session, there was education kind of had a break. Education for the last few years has been the center of a lot of legislation. So we didn't see as much of that this year. There was a lot more focus on some of the governor's legislative priorities. Many of you are familiar with the land use bill, Senate Bill 213. There was a lot of discussion and debate and action around various guns and firearms legislation. So education actually had somewhat of a quiet year, which is always a good thing. It was a really good year for funding, both in regard to special education funding and then also just general funding. And happy to chat about any of that if there's interest in that.
So if you guys have questions as we go through here, if there's something that strikes your fancy, raise your hand, I'll acknowledge you. But I had a couple, one of the things that's affecting finance would be Gallagher. Have you got any Have you got any kind of leads of where that may be going in the wind there?
So the Gallagher Amendment was appealed by Colorado voters, and if you remember the Gallagher Amendment, it was an amendment in the state constitution that said all property taxes had to be balanced 45% residential, 55% to business or commercial. And I think when Gallagher Amendment was repealed, many of us thought that the legislature would put something else in place. And to date, they have not. They've done a couple of measures late in the session to kind of freeze tax rates and a few other things. But not having the ability in the Constitution that Gallagher did to hold those things when the assessments came in. We assess property in Colorado every 2 years. So the assessments came in, and not shocking that in many parts of the state, property assessments were up significantly. So I live in Parker, Colorado, in the Douglas County area. My assessment from my local county assessor was almost 50% beyond what we had seen previously. My understanding from some folks in some of the resort areas, it was not uncommon to see 100% plus kind of things in regards to that. So CASB, along with a very large coalition of folks, including, library districts, water districts, anybody who's related to property taxes, realtors, a lot of the special districts, municipalities, counties, had begun a conversation with the governor way back in January, and his staff and legislators to say, let's not do what we have done the last couple of years, which is jam through a bill at the last minute. Let us be involved, let us help. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. So what we are all kind of waiting now is the Supreme Court ruling on Proposition HH. And what the court is waiting to determine is that if the language in HH is under the single title, right? So in Colorado, ballot measures can only address one item, and it has to fit under the single title of the bill. And so what HH would do would take a percentage of the Tabor refunds and use that, actually raise the rate of what those, what kind of property, or excuse me, what kind of taxes the state could retain, and then use them to reduce some, as a result, reduce some property taxes and also do some backfilling to school districts for any taxes that they might have lost. So we're all kind of waiting to see what happens with Prop HH. So there's a lot involved. That's a referred measure from the legislature, and the governor did sign it, although so it doesn't require signatures. And so once that is, that ruling is in place, once that decision has been made, they'll be able to go forward with it. And we're kind of waiting, like I said, kind of waiting to see the court moves to its own beat. It's already the middle of July, and there are some deadlines coming up as far as when ballots and whatnot can be printed and have to be printed, actually, so they can be distributed. So we're anticipating that any day. So hopefully that answers that question on that one, but happy to, if there's any clarifications anybody wants to offer.
One thing I'd like to ask is maybe we can tie that a little together with a negative factor, and how backfilling that if there is any political will to fill in the prior years of the negative factor as well.
Yeah, so for those that don't know, the budget stabilization factor is something that the legislature came up with as a result of the Great Recession in 2008. They weren't able to fully fund education the way that most voters believed Amendment 23, which they approved back in the early 2000s, should have done. And so what they did is they went to the court and said, we believe Amendment 23 only applies to the base funding, not the categoricals. And so as a result, the court agreed with them. And the legislature since then has withheld approximately $13 billion from funds that would have been otherwise sent to K-12 education. For one thing, they didn't have the money. They really couldn't have done that even if they wanted to. Well, they could have, but it would have required some pretty significant cuts. This year, the legislature has bought down what the budget stabilization factor. So it's about, last year was about $378 million. They bought half of that down in this year's School Finance Act and included language to fully pay it back. The intent is the legislature will fully pay it back next session. Of course, the current General Assembly can't encumber a future legislature. So there's no guarantee that will happen. If we were to hit a recession or something like that, there's also no guarantee that we wouldn't go back and have something like the budget stabilization factor put in place. So actually, it was a pretty good year on that fact. But there's not a way to go back and pay back what was owed to students and was never paid. So.
Mr. Cook, what about oil and gas assessments? How is some of the reduction in oil and gas production, Western Slope? That's a big deal for not only local property taxes, but also state land board and the best factors.
Yeah, so BEST, which is the Building Excellent Schools Today program, is really the only pot of money for many school districts to do capital construction of classrooms. The average middle school, elementary school is now approaching somewhere around, $35 to $45 million to construct. A comprehensive high school is now well north of 100 million generally. And so those are big costs. And in a lot of communities, they just don't have the assessed valuation in their own property taxes to support a bond or a mill, so that you could assess a lot of mills and never be able to finance a school bond project. So as a result, the Building Excellent Schools Today, or BEST, was created. It gets a very small amount of money from marijuana revenue sales, only on the excise side of that. And then the state land board has land that they manage. So Matt, like you said, it's mostly oil and gas. That has significantly declined in Colorado. And so the BEST program has had and continues to have, and this year was more of the same, just not very much money to fund those projects. So when you apply for a BEST grant, depending on where you live and in the community and the ability for the community to pay, there's usually a match, and the community has to come up with a certain percentage of the project, and then the BEST grant can come in and fill the other portion of that. So there's been a lot of talk around how we can do some things to ensure that there's additional money there for BEST. Could we more actively manage some of the investments? Is there a way to do something more with the interest? Right now, there's a corpus for the state lands of about $1 billion. And some of that interest off of those funds go to the BEST program, but is there a way to make more of that available? But none of those conversations really materialized this year.
Okay, thank you, sir. The next question that I kind of had for you had to do with teachers, teacher shortage, people coming into that thing, people getting out of pay. What did the legislature help us with this year to try to ease some of that need?
Yeah, so there is a couple of things going on here. One, you have a significant number of veteran educators who are retiring and leaving the industry. They refer to it kind of as the gray tsunami. So people and COVID kind of really brought that to the center. A lot of educators just decided, that they were close enough to their retirement that they just didn't come back. The other piece of that is you just don't have nearly as many young people wanting to get education degrees and become teachers. And so you're kind of having this double whammy of a bunch of folks retiring and not very many people stepping up. So there's, we've had a number of bills over the years. There's bills to allow someone who is a current retiree on their para in certain circumstances to come back and work without impacting their para benefits. One thing that they did do that hopefully will make it easier, Colorado is now one of 10 states that adopted an interstate mobility compact to make it easier for teachers and specifically spouses of military members when they move around to get licensed more quickly and be able to put in the classroom. So that's in place now. There was 10 states that had to adopt it before the compact went in place, and the 10th state has done that now. So Colorado is part of that. There's a number of grow your own type programs, trying to do some grant money, make it easier to get licensed, but minus a fairly significant increase in folks going into education and getting those degrees. There's not a whole lot beyond that on the horizon, really, the legislature can do, short of obviously, more money for education. Education is mostly salaries and personnel. About 80% or 80 cents on the dollar of every school district in Colorado goes to those things. And as a result, when you have more money and you're able to do that, you're able to pay better. So.
Okay, another thing out of COVID pandemic, there seemed to be a little bit more granting for mental health resources throughout the state. Can you enlighten us on some of the stuff that's happening with the mental health portion of school districts?
Yeah, and obviously Paul knows this. He's intimately aware of the mental health stuff. So he's a great resource right there in the room if you want to chat with him. Mental health is one of those things that coming out of the pandemic, going into the pandemic, we knew it was an issue. Coming out of it, the needs and the request for those services has just gone through the roof. And again, it is a bit of a where do you live in the state kind of scenario, right? In some places, mostly along the I-25 corridor, kind of Fort Collins to Pueblo, you have more resources available, although not nearly enough. But in more rural or remote areas, you really don't have very many options. So the state has looked at a number of those things. There is, some additional money put aside for those things. But again, it's the funding is important, but it's also the providers, right? Where do we find those licensed folks, psychologists and analysts and those folks to do that work? And they're just not out there, at least not at the rates that many places can pay. And again, it seems to be more along the Front Range, depending on where you are, where you have some options, but you get off that too much, it gets tricky, right? And so, but like I said, it's something the governor has recognized, the General Assembly has recognized as well. So it's a combination of, trying to make some additional funds available and maybe get more folks involved into that, the education so they can get licensed and they can step into some of those jobs.
Now we've got a follow-up question here.
Sure.
Brittany Dixon, Executive Director of Club 20, kind of along those same lines of, the impacts that COVID had for education. I'm wondering if there's been any conversations around, what that extra screen time during that time of COVID for schooling has on just health in general, eyesight, on the development of their brains at such a young age. Has there been any conversation around that piece of the health?
It seems like COVID is one of those things that was a million years ago, and yet at the same time, it's really just been a few years. So I think you're starting to see some research into those effects. But because we're only really, 2.5-ish years post the pandemic, I don't know that there's a whole lot of research on that. We do know that the opportunity to recapture that learning that was inhibited kind of during the COVID pandemic piece goes on, and it is a bigger challenge, I think, than a lot of us thought. Online learning works great for some things, but there are a lot of things that it's just not all that good about. And online education, again, works for certain students. It's been a real boon to, students who are, for instance, recovering credit hours or maybe need an alternative route to get that high school diploma. But for most, and this is just my opinion, I don't have any data, just anecdotally, I think for most students, online learning was not all that successful. But we don't have any data yet. I mean, there are research projects going on And I would assume we will see more of that going forward, but
So Mr. Cook, we've got a question from Ray Beck over here.
sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity, and Mr. Cook, thanks for being with us today. Ray Beck, former Moffett County Commissioner and Executive Board Member for Club 20. I'd like to have more discussions around this proposition HH. I think it's not being well advertised, and I think it's voter beware. They say that your property tax is going to go down. I think ultimately your property tax is going to go up. And so this is a catch-20. I mean, for county, that's our biggest funding source is property taxes. But I want to know if you know, or maybe you could tell us, will this affect the Homestead Act if it's passed? And then the renters part of it, you know, there's no benefit for the renters. I mean, one way or the other, whether the taxes go up or whether they go down, I don't see a benefit for them. So this is basically just, I guess, a runaround when it comes to that. But I'd like to know what else is being done about promoting or talking about HH so the voters are more informed. Thank you.
Sure, it's a good question, and I by no means am an expert on Proposition HH, and I would refer you to your local legislators and some of those folks. There will be the blue book, obviously, that's put out. I've seen a draft of that, but they really can't do anything with that until the Supreme Court makes a decision on the actual title. There is, I'm sure, going to be a formal opposition of some kind if it is approved to go forward. The other thing I will say in regard to the renters is they did pass a separate bill. They adjourned on a Monday this year, and I believe the bill was introduced on a Saturday morning because it takes 3 days to do a bill that will provide Tabor refunds to all everybody in the state. And that was an attempt, to your point, for the renters who might not benefit from some of the tax reductions. But I really can't speak, to the mechanisms of it, other than it's a very complex issue. There's a lot in that bill. I think it will be interesting to see when we do get final language, how much of it and how confusing it is. My general thought is that voters will approve things that they can understand fairly readily. But if they have a very dense, very complex, which I think this language is and can be, you may have a number of folks just kind of throwing up their hands and saying, yeah, I don't understand this and it doesn't make sense. So, yeah, it's a hot button issue, lots going on, and we will definitely, hopefully have some clarity in the next couple of weeks.
Do you think, in your opinion, that will affect the Homestead Act for seniors?
There was language in the bill around that, and I believe there was, and don't hold me to this, and I'll look up the bill number and share it with you here in just a sec. There was language in there around the senior homestead exemption, and I believe the homestead piece was in there as well. Don't hold that to me. Don't hold me to that, but let me know. Excuse me, but I believe that's in there. Let me look the bill up real quick because I know, and then I can share it with you, and you can go and actually read the bill. Because that's exactly what you want to do on a Thursday afternoon, right? Matt, what other questions?
We've got one in the back here.
You have to turn it on.
Okay, testing, here we are. Hi, Matt, my name is Cindy Ficklin. I spent 25 years as an educator, 9 years as a school principal, and I've been a small business owner also for the last 20 years. I sell real estate full-time now. Back when I was a new teacher, they pay us teachers so well that I had to get a second career to be able to get ahead in life. So now I just sell real estate. But education is, I have a couple master's degrees in education and I'm working on my PhD currently. It's very important to me. And I've been throwing this idea out left and right, and I haven't gotten to the right person yet. And I'm hoping that this is you. now that we are kind of needing to reimagine education because we have so many teachers that are leaving or not signing up for the job. Here's an idea. How about if we take people like me, people in industry, whether we're talking medical, engineering, for me, it's business, career and technical education. We hire people on 1099 contracts instead of FTEs. That cuts out a large chunk of the budget where people don't have to, get paid for their benefits. They don't have to work 8 hours a day. They have their other careers, their other businesses and so on. But they want to work with kids. They want to teach kids. I would do it for $1. That's what I've said. I'll teach 2 sections a day for $1 on a 1099 contract. I've been told that this is not something we can do. It's not how it works. It's not how we've ever done it, blah, blah, blah. If we're reimagining things, can we reimagine this so that we can actually pull in people from industry who actually do this for a living and connect career and education in a real way for kids so that they might have an idea of what they might want to do for a career when they get out of high school. So many kids today are sad, depressed, committing suicide. They have no idea what they want to do. They don't even know what's out there. We talk about career and technical education in the school system, but we talk about it from an idea of pedagogy. People who practice pedagogy every day and they're not in that field can necessarily speak to what the career really entails. These are people who can, and they're willing to do it for not much money because they make plenty of money in their career. So if we could possibly, and if you were the person, I would like to sign up to be able to make this a reality for kids and students across Colorado.
Yeah, I think what you have said is intriguing. There's a lot of items that you bring up there. I don't have the ability to bring forth the bill. It's the elected 100 and the governor that can do, well, the governor can't bring legislation, but one of the members of the House or the Senate. What I would say is I would point you to your local Board of Education and kind of start that fire at the grassroots, and then also have those conversations with your legislators. Each one of those legislators gets to carry 5 bills. And if this is something that they feel strongly, and it sounds like you've got some recommendations, some information that would help, provide a foundation for some of that. That's really where that goes, and I think it's important that when all of your legislators are home right now in the summertime and they're beginning to have their town halls and whatnot, that folks that have thoughts and ideas like this are reaching out to those folks. So that's certainly something I think CASB would be interested in looking at. But it really does start with a legislator who's willing to have that conversation and bring that bill forward.
Sure. I have spoken to my local school board about this, and they seem, they've been told over and over that it's just not something that's done. It's not done that way. There's reasons why, and that's it. And the conversation dies. So I need to go higher than that. So if that means that I work with you and we work with legislators, and I need to work across party lines. I can't just go to my legislator because they're conservatives. We need to work also with Democrats and everything in between, and I need your help.
Yeah, no, obviously my role on the staff of the Colorado Association of School Boards is I represent, the direction that I'm given from my local members and our board of directors. So I hear what you're saying. And you're right, you can't, if you're only having Republican names on a bill, it's not likely to go anywhere. But the conversation, as far as those things, every school board has that voice, has that ability. So I think it's one of those things that in this particular instance, it just has to continue to have those discussions. I think I don't have a good answer for you to say, here's how you do, here's steps A, B, and C to get a bill to get a bill going, or the governor to consider something like that.
How about if I get your contact and then I'll send you mine, and then maybe we can work together and put our heads together and figure out who we really need to talk to make this happen.
Sure. Matt's got my contact information, and happy to do that within my role, as a member of the staff, obviously.
Thank you so much.
And I would also probably answer that as, just because your school board doesn't want to do it, there's a school board out there that's going to take a chance on trying to figure out a better way to do things. That's why there's 178 locally controlled boards that have that opportunity to make those decisions in their stuff, because your board, they may be there for reasons that aren't necessarily are about the kids. And there are gonna be school board members who are there for the kids, and that discussion, you just need to find those people, and we can help you find those people to have that discussion, to give them the ideas. Because probably the place that's gonna happen, they're not gonna have professionals like you that could do that, so they've never heard of it. But once they hear of it, then that's something that starts the ball rolling. And I think it really goes back to the local board, the local districts, and probably the smaller rural districts, which about 130 of the 178 are considered rural districts, right around there. I'm trying to remember, Matt, if that's about right.
About 140.
140 of those districts are looking for different ways to do things because they've always had to look for different ways to do things. And that's, you know, we will try to get you in touch with the right folks. So since she's a realtor, let's talk about some housing issues. What are the housing issues? And I know there's been several districts that have brought back the old teacherage. You know, it's a state law that you can, as a school board, you can provide housing for teachers in order to get people to live. You know, you offer them a contract and they can't find any place to live. So they say, well, we're sorry, we'd love to come teach in your community, but we can't find a place to live, so we're not coming.
Yeah.
I didn't know if there's anything coming down to help aid that. I know there was a little talk with the Department of Local Affairs as far as some type, or it's tier 2 counties that are affected with oil and gas development, that they could help local districts get some of that housing problem taken care of, because the rent, when those high wage earners come to town, the rent skyrockets, and they've been able to reimburse some of that impact money back to the school districts to help pay for some of those teachers.
Yeah, so I think the big land use bill that the governor was a proponent of, Senate Bill 23-213, that ultimately was not approved, was his attempt to address some of that. And the bill had, you know, really massive implications had it been approved on what could be built, where it could be built, how much of it could be built. It would have removed residential, or excuse me, growth boundaries from local municipalities, including home ruled cities. And I think that was an attempt, because Matt, you hit it on the head. In a lot of communities that, you know, there may be somebody who wants to come and teach, and the housing stock maybe doesn't exist. And so for certainly rural communities, that's a case. I was chatting with the superintendent not too long ago. He had a math teacher that was willing to come. They couldn't even find anything within about, I forgot what he told me, 50 miles, I think, that was available for them to rent. And so ultimately was not able to bring that teacher in. In some of the, you know, the resort areas, obviously that's a whole different ballgame. You know, when you have multiple $1 million properties, there's just not much that you can do with that, right? And so it's not just teachers, it's educators. I mean, it's educators, it's firefighters, first responders, police. A lot of the folks who provide those services can't afford to live in those communities anymore. So there was a couple things. Obviously, the governor's bill 213 was not approved. I think that will come back in some form. There was also some fairly big bills, and obviously it's outside of my realm, so I can't speak to them, but there was a bill around HOAs and what they can do. And then there was also bills around what landlords must now allow renters to do. And that actually makes it harder for school districts to do some of that you're talking about, because some of those rules make it even harder. So it's one of those situations where we know there's an issue. We know the problem continues to be there and be forward, but it doesn't seem like legislatively they've been able to find a path forward to address some of that. You know, there's a lot of conversation around how we tax properties and classify properties, right? So again, in some of the areas of the state, those second and third homeowners that then turn around and, you know, rent those out on a secondary market, you know, a B&B, Airbnb or VRBO kind of things, that they don't perhaps pay the taxes. that they should. The example that I think everybody gave was or several senators gave, was a former hotel and steamboat. That the retail operation of the hotel was shut down, and then they were farmed out as condominiums. And as a result, fall into a different bracket of tax, property taxes. And again, that's not my area of expertise. So if I'm talking through my hat, please correct me. But it's one of those things that, again, most folks recognize the issue, but have not been able to come up with a plan that everybody can buy off on, and how we make that better. I'm not giving you much very good news right now, am I?
Well, it is what it is. So let's go to another subject, preschool.
Yeah.
And for preschool and funding for that. It affected a lot of different communities, a lot of different ways. There were some partnerships made with private preschools. There were organizations that may be regional. I know Grand County and Jackson County are combining their resources to get that stuff done. Which it also affected some of the BOCES. And for people that don't understand what BOCES are, those are boards of cooperative educational services. That's what BOCES stand for. There's BOCES all through the state, depending on what the needs are in your region. Your BOCES kind of takes on those roles that are really expensive, like speech pathologists and your special ed, different curriculums, and helping teachers get the resources they need to help the kids that they have. But for preschool, what's that looking at? They got a few things started. I think their eminence providence room in the Front Range was one of the big things. If you can comment on some of that.
Yeah, so Colorado voters approved universal preschool for all 4-year-olds. Was that 2 years ago, I think? One of the things that came out of that is that all early childhood is now consolidated in one department, obviously the Department of Early Childhood. And the process was rolled out this year. So parents were actually able to go on a website, sign up and request, and then they were matched with providers. So every place in the state, or generally countywide, but not always, there's one local coordinating organization, and they were kind of the group, both public and private, that is, that geographic area. And so not surprisingly, when you give people something for free, they want more of it. So I think they were a little surprised, the department was, on the number of folks that signed up. It was about, my understanding, about 20 to 25% beyond what they initially expected. There've been some growing pains, as you might imagine, with any kind of a department of that size and that complexity. There were some problems with some algorithms and matching folks. There's still some ongoing questions, again, is my understanding, that some special related to students who might need special education or disability services or something like that. Those are still being worked out. But this fall, and not really this fall, about a month from now, in August, those spots will open up, and those kids will be attending free universal preschool. And you're right, in some areas, the school district perhaps was, or the BOCES was, the provider of that, and then have run into some issues with space and some other things. But I think by and large, and again, depending on who you talk to, I think they're anticipating a pretty successful rollout of the preschool stuff this fall.
And it seems to me that there are a lot of communities that use that as another form of aiding in the childcare that's not being able to be afforded. Childcare is a big issue with any parent going along. If they can get them into a program that helps teach them during the day, they know that they're going to get fed, and accommodations that those preschool needs. Some of that was a way to aid in the communities, the lack of childcare. And their childcare deserts are one of the things, and they're funny when they pop up. I know I live near one, but there's some even on the I-25 corridor as far as people find places.
Yeah, and that was one of the focuses of certainly the governor's intent, to make this a public-private thing, so that, the for lack of a better word, the mom and pop organization where maybe you have 6 or a dozen children in a private residence that they're doing childcare, or a service organization or a church or a synagogue, something like that, to allow some of that to happen. They've actually provided some grant money to help some of those folks do some of that. But you are right, it continues to be very expensive for childcare. And most parents, when you talk to them, obviously are not looking for the lowest bidder, right? You don't want to turn your child over while you're at work to, somebody who's going to do it at the lowest amount. And so I think as we continue to have the conversation around regular school, right, and preschool, and the role of childcare with more and more families, now both parents work, and some of those things. So yeah, I think it will be interesting to see how it all goes. And like I said, there will be some bumps along the way, although the department is working really, really hard to get this through this initial, this initial ramp up and see where it goes.
We have a question over here. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Elizabeth, Edison County. Thank you for being here today. I know one of the kind of hiccups in the rollout was the disparity between some cutoffs in local school districts for preschool and kindergarten, and the state's deadline for cutoffs. And this created an unintentional gap for some kids who were born, say, like in the middle of August, and to meet their local cutoff where they were ineligible for either kindergarten or universal pre-K. As I understand, our school district pushed really hard and was able to get a paper waiver solution in place. And I was just wondering if that had been made clear to all of the school districts. And I just mentioned this because I know that at least one other county that had prepared and set aside money to pay for students who fell in that enrollment gap. And so when you talk about people signing up on the website for a new program, if it's showing that they're ineligible, I'm just wondering how they're getting information about this workaround that is now in place.
Yeah, it's a good question. And you're right. Again, anytime you're rolling out an entity, across the state, there are some hiccups. There was some match hiccups. There was an example that was presented that I think the family was in Greeley or Alt, kind of northern Weld County, and they were matched with a school district up by Steamboat. And obviously that's a pretty big commute every day. The algorithm didn't quite understand that. I know there was a lot of work to consolidate deadlines and agreements on birthdays and who's eligible and who's not eligible, some of those things. I believe you're going to have I don't know if significance is the right word, but you're going to have a number of parents who are not aware of this and are going to go to their local school district like they normally would, this fall. And so I think you're going to see some of that, right? And again, it's the parents that are, savvy enough, the ones that have been paying attention and kind of know where to go, they're going to have better success. I know the department is really trying hard to communicate some of that, but you are going to have some of those folks, like I said, I think are going to show up in, about a month from now and saying, I'm here to register my child for preschool. And the school district is going to have to say, oh, you got to go to this website and you got to do some of those things. So I know there was a big push for standardization, though, around your initial question. Some of it was successful, some of it perhaps still some room to grow and improve on that. And Matt, what you should do next time you guys meet it, obviously this is an important, there's a number of folks on the department that this is what they do, and they could answer these questions much better than me. Because while early childhood is something obviously we're involved in and paying attention, I do not know all the ins and outs. And I know somebody from the department would be, I'm sure, more than happy to come on and chat with you all and answer some of those questions better than I can.
I appreciate that. And I appreciate you filling in for one of those people that I thought would have some of those answers too. So.
Well, I don't even know if the commissioner, I mean, that was one of the fairly contentious issues, is that early childhood previous to the new department was in a couple of different departments. And I know this will probably shock no one in that room. Sometimes there are turf battles, for lack of a better word, with some of those departments, and not even so much that they necessarily want to hang on to those things, but it's just tough to get it all coordinated because it was in several different buckets in different parts of the state. Plus, you're standing up a very large agency, a tier 1 agency, and sometimes you don't know what you don't know until actually the rubber hits the road and you got to put it all together. So.
Okay, now we've got another question. Rich. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Richard Chimito, Grand County Commissioner. Thank you for your time spending with Club 20 today. Really appreciate it. This again, you're the like the executive director of the Colorado Association of School Boards. Is that close to right?
No, no, my boss would be mad if you promoted me because he would be out of a job. So I'm the director of public policy and advocacy.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. And if I heard you correctly, out of curiosity here, I have 3 questions. 2 will be quick. 177 of 178 school board are members. Who's not?
There was one district that just went out July 1.
That's okay.
And off the top of my head, I can't recall what district that is, but
poll in this corner of the room. I thought it was Denver Public Schools, but evidently you remember that. So I don't remember.
Oh no, Denver's definitely a member.
Okay, no, thank you for that. Interesting. Yeah. So has your association taken a position on H8 since we discussed it so much?
So we have discussed it. Obviously, our board of directors had their meeting in June. But because we don't have the final language and we don't know what the final result is going to be, we don't take positions on legislation, even bills during the legislature until we actually see it on bill paper, just because oftentimes what you see as a draft can change significantly what's to introduced. So the board of directors has not taken a position to date. They will not meet again until September. But I would imagine once the final language and everything, and if it's settled in the courts and it does go forward, they will discuss it. And I can't speak for the board if they'll take a position or not.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate the answer. So last question, as I study state funding in regards to education, it always frustrates me when people say education, because I'm pretty sure there's 2 distinct budget lines. There's higher education, AG, and there's K through 12, which I think your membership only, focuses on the K through 12 appropriately. My observation was in the last 15 years that the percent increase of AG funding has nearly doubled the percent increase for K through 12 funding. I might be off. I wonder if you followed it or look back in your memory of state funding, and if you have some perspectives, K-12 versus HE. I'd love to hear that. And thanks again for your time.
Sure. So we now refer to it as preschool through 12th grade. I'm still getting used to that myself. This year, and these are just kind of round numbers, the overall state budget was about almost $41 billion and 40, is that right? It's north of 40 billion. It's either 41 or 43, and I just can't pull the number up. P to 12 education was about 10% of that, 25% of that. So about a little bit more than $9 billion. Higher education is a significantly smaller portion, at least from state funds. And that is something that has been going on, gosh, as long as I can remember. Colorado does not support their public higher education institutions with tax dollars at the rate that they do P-12 education, is certainly not compared to some of our surrounding states as well. So I know the folks that, with the community college system and the CSU and the CU systems probably could give you better information than that. But the big issues for higher education are very similar to public education, the P-12 as well. Capital construction, they struggle, with declining enrollment. There's not as many young people going to college. Many more of them are taking advantage of some of the community college and some of the career and technical things that are offered in high school. So they struggle with some of that. But yeah, I mean, we watch it, and we talk to our friends in higher education quite often. So hopefully that gives you a little bit of insight, but I would point you back to the legislature, the General Assembly's website. They've got some really good data regarding budget. The Joint Budget Committee staff basically has information on anything you can think of. And if they don't, if you email them, they will help you pull it together.
Mr. Cook, I've got one more topic that I got here. You help with advocacy in all sorts of ways and developing some of the things. This is going to lead into part of our next part of our agenda is we have a kind of a proposed standing resolution presentation. But talk a little bit about how CASB coaches advocacy, you know, when you guys do a call out on a certain thing, what kind of response your organization gets, because I think it'd be a great example for Club 20's organization that, you know, sometimes we get a lot of emails that we need to do something about, but sometimes we don't necessarily know what to do with those emails that we get. If you can help, maybe give us some good advice.
Sure. So I happen to like politics, and I happen to like the way the legislature and the whole process. Don't always like the outcomes, but I do have been a student of that for a long time. So what I would say is CASB really kind of has a three-legged stool in our advocacy efforts. One, we have a delegate assembly. So every year, actually this year, we're going to be over in Glenwood Springs in October. Any school board can bring forward a resolution to say, this is something that we would like to see CASB help support, bringing forward to a state bill or a federal bill. So that's one part of that. We have a board of directors who obviously then also have some legislative priorities, and those are articulated at their annual retreat. And then the third piece is the membership piece, and we will help any member, regardless if it's a position that CASB as a whole has supported, have those conversations with, you know, whoever it is that they feel is important. So that the kind of those three pieces, and we do that third piece through a committee where our members get together and take positions on bills and help some of that. The other thing I will say that's been really impactful for us is we have used a tool over the years, a couple different companies, some call to actions. It's super easy. We can send out a text or an email. We have oftentimes prepared language to say, hey, school finance is up and here's the bill number, and please contact your senator and the House and Senate leadership and share that with them. And I know sometimes people will kind of roll their eyes at that, and they will say, well, how much difference does that really make? Are they really paying attention? And what I will tell you is that when your membership rolls out in kind of a systematic way, all of you kind of carrying the same verse and the same singing from the same hymn book, it can be impactful. A couple of years ago, there was a move to get rid of some funding for rural school districts. And so I don't remember exactly the time frame, but those conversations were happening on a Thursday. That night, we sent out a message. We got a significant response, and it doesn't take hundreds and hundreds. I mean, I think, 50, 100, 150 makes a big point. And the following morning, we had legislators coming up to us saying, okay, we hear you. How do we make this work? And so that's the other piece. The last thing I'll say is, and it's not rocket science, it really is that local connection. Your legislators, believe it or not, do want to hear from you. And if you are an elected official, I encourage you to think about that as a peer, but even as a citizen, go to their town halls, get to know their staff members, get to know them. If you have opportunities to involve them in your community, we invite a lot of legislators to schools. And next month in August, we're going to actually load a school bus full of legislators and congressional staff members, and maybe a congressperson or two if we can get them there, and take them to 3 different schools and really show them what's going on. So that's the advocacy piece. No one will ever be as good an advocate as you will be for whatever your particular issue is. And so it's one of those things from a school board level that we just encourage every board to really consider that as part of their job. That's not the superintendent's job, and that doesn't mean every board is going to be as active as another board. But you should be aware of the issues. You should be able to speak to what's going on. And then when those action pieces come up, the opportunity to speak to a legislator, testify in front of a committee, you really want to take advantage of those.
Do we have any more questions in the room? With that, I greatly appreciate you being here, Mr. Cook. I I enjoy these times we get to spend together. One of the things being in CASB and being in Club 20, CASB does a lot of events down in the Denver area that we invite a lot of folks to. Club 20 has the ability to get those people to come to the Western Slope, and I think that's the power of this organization. And they do a great job being very respectful and doing that. But it's always good to hear again that work that we do as Club 20 and advocates makes a difference. And if we can tie those relationships with your local school board and then local county commissioners, town board members, all those people together, that's where there are awesome things that can be accomplished. So, Mr. Cook, I appreciate you. We get a round of applause for Mr. Cook.
Okay, thank you.
Next up on the agenda, we've got a proposed standing resolution presentation. It's on the back side of your agenda. And what we've done, and there's one that needs to be added for higher ed that Catherine, she wasn't able to attend today, but she sent me the notes of it that are current resolutions ED 0401 and ED 11-1 were things that we would like to keep and add some verbiage. But the only one, if you guys would like to write this down, or I can get it to, I'll get it to Brittany to send out there, is Club 20 supports higher education policies that contribute to providing higher education opportunities locally that meet the labor market demands of the Western Slope. And then she had a couple edits in those first ones as well. But what we were hoping to maybe do is to get some standing resolutions that puts out what Club 20 is about in education. And we worked on a couple of these and there are 3 topics that we started with: school academic growth and achievement, school finance, and local governance. And they go in order. School academic growth and achievement, Club 20 supports a system of accountability that stresses local measures that inform instruction is separate. It acknowledges a need for a statewide system, allows measurement of school and district effectiveness and a comparison between school districts. Because at a local level, you want to have control, but you don't know if you're doing very well unless you can compare them to somebody else that you know. And if you can have those conversations and ready to go. These are by no means going to be adopted at this time. We just want to present them so the ed committee people and the people that are interested at them or interested in them can get a chance to read through them, and maybe we can offer some of these things. And then as the legislation comes up with anything that hits education, you know, HH is going to be, when they make that decision, it's going to come out there. That's when we would do a resolution to support or get our views into what that's going to be, so we can work through that as it goes through legislation. So the standing resolutions would give Brittany kind of our basis of what we as a group, Club 20, feel education means to us in the Western Slope. And then as legislation and these things come down the pipe, we can adopt resolutions during that legislative session to help us get to where we need to be with those sorts of items. I hope that makes a little bit of sense. I know there were some questions around the room that had that. So if there's any questions on how that goes, please take these home and read them. If you have any questions, you can send me an email or send it to Britt. She'll get it to me. And I will get the one with Catherine's recommendations. She does apologize about that. Mr. Beck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as we go through this, I guess my question would be, we have standing resolutions, existing resolutions that reference this particular language, and if so, can we put that in there?
We kind of went through and looked at some of those things, and these were what we came up that would be kind of replacements for the resolutions we do have. That we'd like to propose that these would become our standing resolutions for the ed committee. And then as legislation comes up, we do resolutions based on these standing ones to get, you know, that would be something that at a meeting, then we have a great discussion on, like HH is probably the perfect example. How is that going to affect education in here? But it also affects a lot of other things. How do we have a resolution to carry that forward or change the stuff that we don't like?
Do you propose you would be standing resolutions stand on their own, or would we be incorporating them into the guiding principles?
They would be probably a combination of all that. They'd be the guiding principles. Standing resolutions in my brain are what Club 20 represents, what we agree that we have as an education. That's our basis of what we would guide the rest of the resolutions. Brad had a
I'm just trying to put semantics, but to clarify, these are your guiding principles, the resolutions to follow within the committees.
right. And so my background is we always had standing resolutions that were basically the guiding, but we call them standing instead of guiding. So yes, that somatic, I believe, is thanks for educating me. I can screw up anything faster than anybody else can say. All right, thank you for that. So with that, the next part of the agenda, and we'll get done, finished up a little bit, maybe a little earlier, is I wanted to have a discussion amongst ourselves here, is what in your community affects education and what's being affected by the education. What do your guys' communities look like that are your locally, housing? We've talked about housing, and we've talked about pay, we talked about professionals, BOCES. You guys all have those in varying degrees. I mean, we're all the same, but we're all different, right? So I want to have take a little bit of time to reflect on that, and then when we see some hands go up, we'll start talking about those as far as what that is, because we'd like to get an idea, how you talk about that, maybe some strategies to help understand education in our own communities. And I know higher education is going to be a big deal too. The crazy thing about Colorado is we have, I don't know how many universities, and they all have a library budget. And that library budget is millions of dollars, but we can't get those library budgets into our county and high school libraries. That should be, state of Wyoming does that all the time. They have one university, and anything in that university can be found in your high school library or your county library, and interlibrary loan, all that stuff works together. But Colorado is so, I want to pick on the Eastern Slope, but Eastern Slope-ish, because just because I don't like you or something, I can't use your stuff. I got to do my own. So that's one thing that I wanted, that we could do is the Western Slope would be easy to do that with, a lot easier than SMSC Boulder to try to ask them to help us. Mr. Beck.
Yeah, the only thing that comes to mind, Matt, would be for Moffett County, the lack of, I guess it's workforce related, housing related, which kind of tie together. So we have 70 positions, if I remember right, for Moffett County School District, and we aren't getting filled. So I don't know what that's all about or how we fix that, but I think that's, and I'm sure that we're probably not the only county that's being affected with that. So anyways, the lack of employment or lack of being able to fill those positions in housing, because they kind of tie together.
In Pickens County, there were several issues going on. I think the biggest one, actually in the whole Roaring Fork Valley, is the housing situation for the teachers and school staff members. The school district is Roaring Fork School, well, both Aspen and Roaring Fork school districts have pretty big employee housing program where they built a lot of residents or purchased a lot of residences for teachers to try to keep a more stable workforce. The pandemic definitely hurt because there were a lot of teachers left just because of the stress of the pandemic. That hurt. I think the schools are recovering from that now. Another thing that happened this year was the Aspen School District was one of the schools that was affected by the prank call, where the schools were put on lockdown. There were police officers all around the schools looking for a bomb that wasn't there, but
better safe than sorry. it was very concerning, especially to the parents, because there was a sort of lack of good communication system to let the parents know what is going on. Then they decided they were going to take the kids away from the school campus and take them over to one of the ski area base lodges and have the parents pick their kids up there. And it was really a mess of lack of communication and poor communication and extreme fear. I mean, there were reports of gunshots fired, which there weren't actually any gunshot fired at all. There was no gun, there was no active shooter, there was no person in the school building, but everybody thought there was. And it was really shook up the community there for quite some time, and they were having meetings to try to sort the whole thing out for a month after that happened. So Aspen was only one of, I don't know, maybe about 10 schools in the state, I think had the same caller, did the same thing. But it just, I think it pointed out sort of maybe a lack of security, actual physical security to make sure the schools are safe, physically safe for kids. That'll happen this past winter. So that's just one. So that leads me to we should be to another question is school resource officers have been a big thing statewide. And I don't know, I know there's usually a school resource officer, sheriff representative at the Moffett and Route County football games. But I didn't know who all, our community is pretty small. We don't have near the problems all these other bigger communities. That's what we're trying to figure out is, you know, those sorts of things. So when those things come up legislative wise, we can get an idea of what to do. I don't know, Grand County's got different sorts of things going on, trying to build new buildings and transitioning to new superintendent and new leadership. That's always a difficult thing. I didn't know if you guys knew the average tenure for a superintendent in the state of Colorado is 3 years. They get there 1 year, have a good first year, second year, everybody starts fighting them. Third year, they're like, we're out of here. That's the average.
So before the pandemic, I worked on getting House Bill 184 passed, which guaranteed every high school student a financial literacy course in Colorado. And then it died because of COVID. And then last year they did go ahead and pass something similar, requiring financial literacy standards in Colorado. What I am not seeing are students coming out of high schools with a good understanding of credit. So even though that is one of the standards, it's not being taught. So I am of the opinion that what gets tested gets taught. I'm not saying we need to overtest kids. I'm not an advocate for that, but I do believe that we have a lot of kids that are not getting the actual content out of these classes. So it is something that's a concern of mine, and it affects all of us. So it's something I'd like to focus on.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would echo COVID. I think that affected everybody. Gunnison County was fortunate to stay open fall of 2020 through spring 2021, when I know a lot of other school districts were closed. Housing is just something that I have to echo as well. Actually, our superintendent just lost her housing and is now commuting from Lake City. So it's quite a commute. But she's sticking with us, and we are very fortunate and glad about that. One thing that hasn't been brought up that I think affects both our students and our teachers is just the state of behavioral health. Some of that is what students have internalized since the pandemic. We're seeing kids with very complex issues and behavioral concerns. And that dovetails into all kinds of other problems, illicit substance use, binge drinking. These are, to some extent particular to being a rural resort area, but also you're just seeing some increases in those areas. despite many good interventions. And I think the behavioral health is affecting our students or our teachers as well. We had a 300-page state of the community report that was published last year that just revealed how much of our population falls underneath the self-sustainability line and how that affects their ability to be resilient and what kinds of trade-offs they're having to make on a daily basis. And then also maybe a good development. We are in the process of trying to organize an endowment fund called the Gunnison Valley Promise that would enable any student who graduates from the Gunnison County High School in our district to attend Western for free if they can be admitted. And so that's one area that we're trying to build a pathway of opportunity for people in our community that I think have pretty significant economic benefits across the community when you have parents who aren't worried about having to pay the cost of college when sometimes students can stay at home and do that and also graduate with less debt.
Oh. There it is.
Veronica Medina, Archuleta County. So some of the issues we are seeing here in Archuleta County, one, we do have a new superintendent. So that, like that was stated, that comes with its own challenges because they're trying to figure out who we are as a rural community and tourist-based at that. But the other thing that I've seen that are not only the children, but the teachers are struggling with is mental health. It definitely has impacted in a way that I don't think many saw coming, but now there's no resources to really deal with that. And speaking with the superintendent, I asked, what is the mental health of the teachers of the students? And he basically said, it's not good and I don't know what we can do about it. So while yes, housing is an issue, while yes, we don't have enough teachers, but mental health and part of that issue is also derived from food, which we talked about. Archuleta County, we struggle. We have a huge population that do not have enough food. And so there are quite a few individual organizations that help provide extra food to students to supplement them, whether it's daily meals at home or on the weekends. And they get a backpack full of food for the weekend for those other kids at home. So with that, then also impacts what they learn at school. And with that, on top of all of that, we also bus kids in from New Mexico from the tribe, from Chama, nope. Dulce, thank you, I wouldn't get it. I have one more left, so Dulce. So we have about 60 kids that we transport over. And some of the kids are experiencing bullying because the majority don't understand how to interact with different cultures. And again, I think it's more of just a conversation. I don't think we have to highlight it. Bullying overall has been an issue. I think it's been brought to light more so in recent years, but with the resource officers, which we have maybe one, we just lack in resources for our rural community. And there's so many things to focus on. There's not enough people to help those different areas.
And I think we have somebody online with a comment or question.
Yes.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. My name is Caitlin Carey. I am on town council with Newcastle and I'm a Garfield County Commissioner candidate. One of the things that we have had a lot of discussion about in the last couple of years, but specifically surrounding the swatting incidents that occurred around the state, especially in Aspen, for SRO officers. And SRO officers are pretty expensive. The training is extensive that they undergo in addition to the standard police officer training. And it is difficult for small school districts and small municipalities to fund that on their own. And I am just curious if there is any thought as to whether or not state funding could be sought for that.
That's a great question, and I know it's come up in many discussions throughout the state. But recently with the pandemic and all the demonstrations in Denver, and then DPS threw all their SRO officers out of the schools. And now they're bringing them back. And usually as DPS goes, the tail that wags the dog, you know, it determines what everybody else is gonna have to do that. So I think there may be some hope in trying to get even a combined thing. I know some of the BOCES have been looking into that. So the BOCES in the area, that may be Gary can ask those directors about an SRO training or resources for doing that. The other question I had for the group is, what are you doing to engage parents? Because parents through the COVID, what they did learn is they didn't want to be their kids' teachers. And I think that is one of the frustrations in the mental health, is you get the person that you rely on most, your parents, to get as frustrated as maybe the students are. And I think that's one of the things in mental health that we kind of haven't been talking about. How do you engage those adults in those communities to get the sense of community back in the schools? It was so adversarial, and it's still pretty adversarial, but how do you start those conversations to get them back in the room to help build and fix and mend? And I'd love to hear some talk about that.
So one of the things that our superintendent just started this year, it's a parent board, different than what they've been in the past. They actually take a more active role in interacting with teachers. So before each school board meeting, they'll have the parent and teacher school board meeting, if you will. And there they discuss things that are impacting the classrooms, other issues that are at home issues, and they kind of work through them together and come up with a plan together. And then those parents then share that information with other parents, and then it's brought them together more. And again, this just recently happened. I think they had about 4 meetings right at the end of the school year, and they are actually working still through the summer, just chatting about some issues and looking forward to the new school year to really continue the collaboration, which is good because it had been very hostile, if you will, previously.
Right here in the back, we'll get you a microphone, but this is one thing, Indy, that I think bringing those professionals in, that's another way to engage that public, to help the adults in the room, to be respectful, to do that sort of thing. I think that's another mental health issue that will help. We'll figure out how to get to those supports.
Well, in answer to your question, and also ties back into this question, what in your community affects education? I think that in order for education to do its job, it really needs a partnership with the community. And I think that education systems have been closed systems. In some communities, education systems are more willing to collaborate and partner with community organizations. And so, for example, our nonprofit organization is committed, as I mentioned earlier, to community cohesion. And one of the things that we recognize, you can get healthcare access, which is one of the areas we're focused on. You can't get to nutrition security unless you have relationships with community. And so we've been successfully able to bring the Spanish language community together to be able to work together to conduct their affairs in Spanish. And it was brought to our attention that they would really like to be able to hear meetings, board meetings. They would like to participate because their kids are in the education system. But the program, the efforts, the conducting of businesses are not run multiple languages. So they cannot be included and become part of what you were looking for. We also have formed the youth group. We call these youth community learning and leadership, or the Spanish equity community learning and leadership circles. And so we give agency to these groups of people to be able to conduct affairs in the language of their heart. If it's the youth, if it's the Spanish community, and then they elevate what's important to them. We meet them where they're at, and then partner with them to increase access to healthcare and nutrition security, which is really the outcomes we're working on, but ultimately it's about community building. And I think our superintendent is pretty good and open in this county in wanting to collaborate, but could the counties across the western area of our state look at language? It's a quick win. Having the meetings, the board meetings in bilingual, offered in bilingual sessions for the community members who live there, who are Spanish speakers, are pleased to participate and advocate on behalf of their children and be included. That could be a quick win for this group.
We've got time for a couple more comments, and then we'll get wrapped up here.
So I got my principal's license in 2001. And back then it was a big push with CASE, the Colorado Association of School Executives, for us to include family involvement. And it became part of the school improvement plan every year. We had to talk about how we were going to involve parents. I don't know where that is now. I don't know if that's something where we can put some sort of pressure on CASE or on school districts to bring that part in. So that's part of the school improvement plan. It also was how we were evaluated as principals. What were we doing to involve the community and involve parents? So I'm not sure where we are with that. It'd be interesting to find out and then go from there.
So the comments about the bilingual aspect of education. Went to the Basalt High School graduation this spring. That's my alma mater. The whole graduation ceremony was bilingual. A lot of the kids who spoke in their native language, Spanish, and then it was translated. Either they would translate it into English or someone else would translate it. So the whole graduation ceremony took twice as long as any other one I've ever been to. But it was fascinating, and it was so cool that it was recognizing the culture of all the Latinos who go to the school there, which is, you know, probably approaching 50% of the student body of the school. And it was just an amazing experience. And I think it was just really accepting and recognizing that the Latino culture in our valley. And that was the very first time I ever went to anything like that, where that,
well, congratulations.
that culture was celebrated as much as it was, right? I wanted to just share it.
So one thing that I would recommend to everybody is to get to know who your local school board members are. Because some of these questions that you don't know, if you ask them and they don't know, then you can have a conversation about, okay, why not, how come, how do we go? And if you don't start with your local stuff, you'll never get it to gain any traction or momentum. Because those, as we share ideas and do those things, those school board members also get together and share things regionally and everywhere else too. And that's where it starts. So building those little ideas and getting those things out there, I think are the keys to that. So we're gonna wrap up. Thank you guys very much for your time, appreciate it. And give it back to Brady. We'd like to thank our sponsors also. Can't remember what the sponsorship, so it helps out.
Again, our lunch sponsors today were Roxall Consulting Group, Rocky Mountain Health Plans, venue graciously provided by Archuleta County. And then tonight's reception, I put the address up on there, and then I believe Mary Jo left some of those directions in the back for you all to attend tonight. So let's give them one final round of applause. So you guys are free to, there's 2 hours before the reception will start at around 4. Feel free to stick around and help us get ready for tomorrow, but if not, we will see you tomorrow. We'll get started just right before 8:15 in the morning with the federal updates. With that, I hope you guys get home safe if you're traveling tonight, or we'll see you tonight at the reception. Bye.